Imagine holding in your hands a book that contains the keys to the universe, an ancient wisdom passed down through the centuries by enlightened beings who have transcended the limitations of this world. Words of the Ascended Masters by Conny Mendez is not just a text, it is an open doorway to higher dimensions, a call to awaken the infinite power that lies within you. Since time immemorial, the Ascended Masters have guided humanity with their wisdom, revealing secrets about energy, vibration, and the manifestation of a full and harmonious life. Now, their words resonate in this text, ready to touch your heart and transform your reality. As you listen to these teachings, you will feel a new understanding illuminate your mind. You will realize that nothing in your life is a coincidence, that you have the power to shape your destiny, and that the key to all abundance, peace, and love already resides within you. Prepare for a fascinating journey where the energy of absolute truth will embrace you. Open your heart, expand your awareness, and allow the words of the Masters to resonate deep within your being. Your transformation begins now. Welcome to the teachings of the Ascended Masters. Once again, the luminous presence of Conny Mendez appears before us with a message from the Masters of Wisdom, a new book, Words of the Ascended Masters, translated by her from English, a language she mastered perfectly. With a high spirit of generosity innate in her, she chose to bring it into Spanish for the benefit of all of us who express ourselves in the beautiful language of Cervantes. This book enriches the collection of metaphysical knowledge that this illustrious collaborator of Master Saint-Germain bestowed upon us, as these messages were transmitted by him. These messages, filled with hope and wisdom, come to us very opportunely, teaching us how to act and how to prepare ourselves to overcome the difficulties we are facing. Particularly significant are the lectures of the beloved Master, the Divine Director, as well as those of the greatly beloved Master, Lord Sanat Kumara, where we are guided on how to prepare and act in these challenging times, how to free ourselves, and how to encourage others. Together we must prepare humanity to avoid the terrible events that have already begun to unfold, to save ourselves and to save the planet. Words of the Ascended Masters. Table of Contents. Cover, Words of the Ascended Masters. Forward, Tribute and Preface. Chapter 1. Words of Master Saint Germain, Philadelphia, Transylvania, May 9th, 1937. Chapter 2. Words of Master Jesus, Los Angeles, January 3rd, 1937. Chapter 3. Words of Master Nada, Houston, Texas, March 1st, 1937. Chapter 4. Words of the Great Divine Director, Philadelphia, Transylvania, March 25th, 1938. Chapter 5. Words of Sanat Kumara, Los Angeles, California, July 11th, 1937. Chapter 6. Words of the Beloved Sophia, New York City, October 10th, 1937. Chapter 7. Words of the Silent Watcher, New York City, October 12th, 1937. Chapter 8. Words of the Beloved Asria, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, November 1st, 1937. Chapter 9. Words of Lord Maitreya, now ascended as Lord Divine, New York City, October 8th, 1937. Chapter 10. Words of Lord Mowen, New York City, October 10th, 1937. Chapter 11. Words of Beloved Master Lanto, addressing the Society, August 30th, 1937. Chapter 12. Words of Lady Master Leato, Pasadena, California, January 17th, 1937. About the author. This series of books is dedicated, in its deepest and eternal love and gratitude, to our beloved Masters, Lord Jesus, Master Nada, the Great Divine Director, the Great White Brotherhood, the Brotherhood of the Royal Teton, the Brotherhood of Mount Shasta, the Great Ascended Masters of Venus, the Great Cosmic Beings, the Great Cosmic Light, and all those Ascended Masters whose loving help has been direct and limitless. Once again, the luminous presence of Conny Mendez appears before us with a message from the Masters of Wisdom, a new book, Words of the Ascended Masters, translated by her from English, a language she mastered to perfection. With a high spirit of generosity innate in her, she chose to bring it into Spanish for the benefit of all of us who express ourselves in the beautiful language of Cervantes. This book enriches the collection of metaphysical knowledge that she, an illustrious collaborator of Master Saint-Germain, bestowed upon us, as these messages were transmitted by him. It is now, precisely now, at the end of the 20th century, that humanity is going through a period of the apocalypse, foretold in the Bible as the Great Tribulation and marked by the same name in the pyramids of Egypt. This period is expected to last until the year 2001, barely 11 years away. This Great Tribulation, which we could also call the Great Chaos, is global. There is no country or people on the planet exempt from it. The local press categorically reports on this, and it is precisely now, when terror and despair invade the emotional bodies of the masses, that these messages, selected by the family of Conny Mendez, her children and grandchildren who carefully review all her writings, come to spiritually reconnect us. Conny Mendez, a true Venezuelan, brings us these messages at a crucial time, filled with hope and wisdom, teaching us how to act, how to prepare for the challenges we face. Especially important are the lectures of the beloved Master, the Divine Director, and the greatly beloved Lord Sanat Kumara, who instruct us on how to prepare, how to act, and how to liberate ourselves. They also guide us on how to encourage others, and how together we can prepare humanity to prevent the terrible events that have already begun to unfold. By uniting our efforts, we can save both ourselves and the planet. I mention these two great masters because they touch precisely on the wounds that are gradually deepening. However, all 8 masters in this book provide a broad and detailed explanation of the modus operandi we must follow for the benefit of all. Those of us who have studied metaphysics are familiar with the names of these masters. We know them well, love them, and respect them. They are our dear friends. These lectures were given between 1936 and 1938. The Apocalypse, as written by St. John the Evangelist and revealed to him on the island of Patmos, dates back approximately 2,000 years. The pyramids of Egypt have no recorded date. Their construction is lost in the mists of time. Thus, once again, we see that for matters of the spirit, time and distance hold no significance. Everything has been predicted thousands of years in advance, and everything has been mathematically fulfilled. Once again, we express our gratitude and devotion to the memory of our unforgettable Conny Mendez, whom we knew personally. She was our spiritual guide, preparing a group of 25 students, of which I was fortunate to be a part, to become, in turn, guides or messengers of light, as Master Saint-Germain explained. We can never fully express our gratitude for all she did for us, how she expanded our horizons, educated our minds, and shared all that she possessed spiritually. It was a priceless gift. All of Connie's books, now a rather extensive collection, were written in a simple conversational style, easily understood by all children of God. She called this style penny words, a term well known among students of metaphysics. These penny words contain profound teachings, carefully guarded by the masters, once called hidden sciences because they had to be concealed from ruthless persecution, which lasted for a long time. Fortunately, those persecutions have ended, allowing these teachings to emerge once more. This happens now at the end of times. Notice that I did not say end of the world, but rather end of times, that is, the end of the age of Pisces, which concluded in 1954, giving way to the age of Aquarius, which is now beginning. These teachings have been delivered to humanity in simple, accessible language, because this message is not meant for an elite, but for all the children of God. Thus, anyone, regardless of their level of education, can understand it, from the most distinguished gentleman to the humblest of God's children. I repeat, this is for everyone. Conny was an eminently democratic spirit, which she demonstrated through the different facets of her personality. She came into this world well endowed by the Creator. From an early age, she showed a great passion and talent for music. She composed an oratorio of pure classical style, while also creating popular music that traveled across the paths of the nation through records and cassettes, even being performed by whistlers. People from humble backgrounds who, lacking instruments, used their lips as flutes to delight listeners. She also demonstrated skill and good taste in painting, although she did not assign much value to it. The few paintings she created, some inspired by cosmic themes, remained within the family. Additionally, she was a caricaturist, possessing a well-developed comedic sense, and through her caricatures of people, she expressed herself in a way that transcended borders. Her knowledge of metaphysics was remarkable, and even after leaving this plane, she continues to have an impact. This book, which I saw as laconic, is now presented to the public to assist people in this critical moment. Therefore, we can only say, Blessed be you, blessed be your light, beloved Mother Connie. July 1990, Corolla de Goya. Tribute. We who have been privileged to carry this masterful ascended light to the world offer all that we are, all that we hope to be, and all that we possess in service to the ascended and cosmic masters whom we have been so grateful to know and love. We send this intense call so that every human being on earth may see, know, and associate with them as we have done, with their visible, tangible, living, and encouraging ascended master bodies. To know them is to love them. To associate with them is to serve them. To see them is to obey them because, in their blessed presence, all worldly desires dissolve into the transcendent impulse of what they are. To the mighty I Am Presence and the great host of ascended and cosmic masters belong all the credit, all the glory, and all the power behind the success of this powerful and ascended master instruction. We owe eternal and unlimited gratitude to our beloved, ascended Master Saint Germain for bringing this victory of the light to humanity during this time of global crisis. May every human being in the world come to know who he is and what mankind owes to his great loving heart, which obeys the great law of life and transforms into its own great freedom and perfection. He is the great ascended master in charge of ensuring the perfection that must come to America. Our love and gratitude are infinite toward him, Jesus, Nada, the great divine director, Sanat Kumara, the goddess of liberty and the mighty victory, as well as the other ascended masters who have been working for the freedom of the world. This powerful instruction of the I Am, given for the liberation and protection of America and the world, is meant for the public good. It represents the true education of life and the spiritual culture of humanity for the entire world. In the future, it will be recognized as the law of life, the gift of love, the power of light, and the victory of good. Accept it, beloved people, for the light now demands what is rightfully hers and will conquer the earth forever. Godfrey Ray King, Lotus Ray King. Preface. This book is given to the students of the I Am movement and all of humanity under the direction of the great cosmic beings who dictated the discourses contained within. The ascended masters who dictated them, with one exception, are all great cosmic beings of such majesty and power that the human mind can scarcely comprehend the extent of their abilities. Their power is limitless, and at this very moment they are watching over America and all constructive activities in the world, ready to release the full intensity of their rays of light whenever necessary to keep America out of war and protect those who sincerely seek and serve the light. However, no matter how much these great cosmic beings wish to protect humanity, the great law of life, light, and energy does not allow them to release the required intensity of cosmic light unless the awakened people reach out to the light and invoke the mighty I Am Presence for the freedom of all life on earth. These great cosmic beings of light are the guardians of America's future, doing everything possible within the great law of life to keep our beloved earth free from vice and the insanity of war. Every constructive person, place, condition, and thing in America and throughout the world is held within the mighty radiation of these great cosmic masters, who love humanity more than it loves itself. Every discourse is powerfully charged with the life, light, and love of the cosmic master who dictated it. Every word carries a vibration of divine energy. Each discourse is a crystal chalice filled and overflowing with the life, light, love, energy, power, healing, encouragement, strength, and provision of every good thing from the ascended master's realm. Each discourse conveys a unique radiation and feeling to students and readers. If all who hear or read them accept and expand the blessings and perfection they contain, the miracles of the mighty ascended masters and the victories of divine perfection will flow without limit, blessing all those who serve the light of life. The light always recognizes, protects, and provides for itself. This book is the light of the ascended masters for America, humanity, and the world. Accept it, beloved students and readers of the I Am, and enjoy the blessings and perfection it brings. Let it be an ambassador of light from the ascended masters' realms of divine life in this hour of greatest need for the world, so that all of humanity may once again enter the home of light from which all things were born. Godfrey Ray King, Lotus Ray King. Words from the Master Saint Germain. Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, May 9th, 1937. Beloved students, I greet you all with the fullness of my love. I envelop you in my light, which is yours and belongs to the entire world in the fullness of its presence and power. Mothers of America and the world, I greet you in the majestic power of your mighty I Am presence for the service you have rendered to all mankind. I greet you in the glory that will be yours at the sacred moment of birth, just as it was in the past. Originally, birth was a perfect process, free of pain or discomfort. It was swift and divinely perfect. In the future, the heavy process of physical growth will disappear, and the mighty presence of God I Am will find full expression at all times. Unlike now, in future incarnations, certain physical necessities will no longer be required. Let us give thanks and praise because once again, the earth will know the perfect divine birth that was once commonplace. Humanity once knew this divine method of birth, but it has been so long forgotten that, were it not for the records preserved within the great Teton mountain, mankind would not believe it ever existed. Within the great Teton, along with records of all past great civilizations, lies the physical evidence of these truths. One day, humanity will come to know this truth, and all doubt and human foolishness will be forever erased from its mind. At this very moment, the discordant consciousness enveloping the earth is being cleansed and purified. Many already feel how this purification is taking place. Tonight, in this glorious gathering of adoration and consecration to human motherhood, we invoke the complete liberation of all motherhood on earth. We call for the full and perfect manifestation of this divine activity through the work of the Ascended Masters and the great cosmic light, which is multiplying its perfection everywhere to bless and sustain the mothers of the earth. May all feel the mighty presence within them and know that in the glory of this great cosmic light, all shall be perfect. Messengers have emerged to issue the great decrees, and the cosmic light thus invoked is cleansing and purifying the mental and emotional world of humans. This will continue until the I Am presence can do what is necessary for individuals and the world. Today you are the product of your feelings and thoughts. To reject all appearances that are imperfect, tell them instantly, you have no power whatsoever. In doing so, you stop the activity of each appearance, halting the human creation you have accumulated up to now, and it will cease to act in your world. My beloved ones, I assure you that the moment is near when you must decree perfection and be able to receive it. That is why I speak to you so positively, to break all human creation surrounding you, so that you may manifest the power of God, the great I Am presence. Only it can produce perfection for each one and their world, sustained forever. I rejoice and give you thanks with deep gratitude for the beautiful and wonderful work you do in your classes. I assure you that you will not forget it while you live, whether ascended or not, and remember this because it is my promise. You will be filled with energy and glorified as never before in your lives. This will remain active within you forever. Remember it. Every call, decree, treatment, etc. will increase the momentum toward the manifestation of the glory and perfection of the great I Am presence in your world, and will be spread everywhere. There is no human creation that can stand against it, and all human malediction regarding this work will cease forever. Remember, your freedom depends on this. I implore you that no I Am student continues to allow themselves a thought, feeling, or word of criticism or condemnation against their fellow student or the group leader. Let no one judge another, and let each be free. The only judge in the universe is one's own higher mental body. Dear students, move forward and do all you can. Let each group leader be free to do what they can in their own way and be blessed. This will result in groups filled with people coming to seek help and light. My beloved, no leader in the world can keep their group together if they harbor feelings of criticism or condemnation in their hearts. The groups of such individuals will vanish, while those who radiate love and kindness will have no room for all who come. This is the law of life, my precious ones. Pay attention. As long as you allow human feelings to govern and express your lack of kindness, you will be deprived of your soul's desires. This is the law of life. It is the cause of your world. If you radiate discordant vibrations, you will reap discordant vibrations. No one can prevent it but yourself. With great love, I urge you now to sweep away all discordant feelings in your sensory world with a single gesture. Say, "Beloved I Am presence, remove from me everything that is not perfection. Cleanse my world and my activity. Extend your hand through me and bless all I come into contact with, so that nothing remains but your perfection in action." Anyone can do this and manifest it if they wish. Each of you can be a blessing to others and to yourself in such a way that the entire world will look upon you with gratitude. However, if there are feelings of discord in your personal world, goodness is repelled. Always rejoice when you see that another can radiate more love than you. Let this serve as an example for you to emanate even more love, and in turn, you will find yourself with a great source of love that will attract humanity to you for their liberation and ascension. Your privilege today is the greatest that humanity has ever known. It is a privilege to emanate love in this present human crisis. What matters is not your individual need, but the well-being of the whole world. Unless the world receives the protection it needs, all hope is lost. Now think about this. I have worked for you for 70,000 years. I ask you now to join me in harmonizing your feelings toward your fellow beings and all things. The power of your presence can bring such liberation to you and the world that all humanity will be blessed forever because of you. Could you not now have the patience to call upon your I am presence and ask it to harmonize your feelings and remove all discordant emotion so you can assist humanity in this final crisis? We, the masters who assist you, could have withdrawn into the realm of the ascended masters and left you to struggle alone. But we did not. Our love is such that we continue to advance despite the rage that topples entire nations. The work continues unharmed, for any human who expresses ill will and falsehoods toward this work is, I assure you, nearly demented. I repeat, my beloved, while you listen to gossip and falsehoods, you will remain bound. If you do not free yourself and your world from this, you will never know what freedom, perfection, and happiness in human experience truly are. Today, only a few I Am students know true happiness, for only by removing discord from their world can they reach the point where true happiness is known. In that happiness, appearances are no longer accepted. Only the perfection of the presence remains. Today, the opportunity of the ages stands before you. Glorify yourself in the perfection of the life that beats in your heart. You cannot disconnect from it and continue to live. Your light is your life. If you give thanks and praise to the life that beats in your heart, you will receive more of its power and activity, glorifying your existence. Your life is God. It is the great I Am presence, the ruler of the universe. If you give it the opportunity, it will bless you as nothing else in the world can. How does it bless you? By the continuous harmony of your feelings. So, my beloved, take the power, activity, and authority of your I Am presence. Take command and say to all appearances, you have no power. Depart from my world and stay out. My world is that of the great I Am presence. It is governed by and obeys my great presence. No human thing can touch it. From now on, I am free, forever free from human qualities. Beloved I Am presence, your authority is in action in my world. I claim your perfection as the only governing force in my mind, my body, and my sensory world. Keep them purified, beautified, and free from discord. May your glory radiate and bless every person I come into contact with. You are the light of the world. Do you know this, my precious ones? Do you know that by accepting the great I Am presence in your heart, you are the light of the world? What do you think? Those of you whom I have known so many times have come once again, this time to enter into your liberation, if you so desire. Try to understand that sustained harmony in your feelings is the open door to the great I Am presence. Harmony is the perfection through which you will gain your freedom. It will pour into your world, blessing everything that touches the edge of your mantle. Do you know that the edge of your mantle is the radiation of your world? If that radiation is that of the beloved I Am presence, everything that touches or brushes against it will be healed, blessed, and illuminated. Would you like to be a pillar of light of your I Am presence so that everyone who touches the edge of your mantle benefits? What healed those who touched Jesus' mantle? It was the radiation of his being. Your radiation is the eternal garment that can heal, bless, and illuminate. My precious one, would you not quiet yourself and call your beloved I Am presence into action so that its radiation may be the blessed, healing, and prosperous activity wherever you go? In the stillness of this radiation, brought forth through these words, accept its active presence into your world of feelings, filling you with peace, joy, and the electrifying activity of your great presence. Feel its radiation enveloping you now and sustaining you forever. No human creation will ever be able to make itself felt by you again. Let this radiation be so brilliant that the moment something discordant arises, it is consumed instantly. Think for a moment, my beloved, that when the great radiation of an ascended master enters your room, everything that is not similar dissolves and disappears. Now you too can become a pillar of light, even if you are not ascended yet. You can be a pillar of light whose radiation comes from your beloved I Am presence. The authority of the universe emanates with such volume that all human activity that touches you will be silenced, and the power of your presence will be poured out to heal and prosper. Today your privilege is so great that the honor of the ascended hosts is in your hands. Let no student of the I Am do anything that an ascended master would not do. Accept your responsibility and try to live and be the light of the masters. When you begin any action, stop for a moment and think, what would the master do? Remember that you must maintain the honor of your I Am presence and the ascended masters, and everything you attempt and touch will become easier. If you suddenly find yourself in a situation where it seems impossible to escape, quiet yourself and say to your human intellect, "Be silent, beloved presence. Take control of my person and my world, produce your perfection and maintain your dominion." If it is a state of anger, say, "Beloved presence, sweep away this condition. Turn it around and make a miracle of your perfection happen." And you will astonishingly see that the presence will do it. I tell you, my beloved, there is no excuse anymore for not seeing the perfection of the presence. Because if everyone harmonizes their feelings, rejects appearances, and calls on the presence to take command and maintain it, you will find that glory will invade your world, and nothing will have the power to touch it. These are the principles of life, and they are eternal. There is no exception to these rules, nor are there excuses. The fullness and power of your beloved presence and the ascended hosts envelop you in the glory of their light, which beats in your heart and keeps you so close to their radiation that you can no longer express anything other than the glory of their perfection now and forever, sustained. Thank you. Number 2 Words of Master Jesus in Class, Los Angeles, January 3rd, 1937. Today, beloved children of the light, I feel as if I am speaking with old friends, for among you are many who were with me during my ministry, which seems to have been a long time ago in the great cosmic light. The human concept of time does not exist in the great light. That is why when you enter the radiation of the ascended beings and the great cosmic light, as many of you have, the human sense of time disappears. Sometimes, the passing of an hour or 2 weeks is only a few minutes. This gives you an idea of what you will experience when you find yourselves ascended. One of the greatest joys in my entire experience was encountering such a well-known number of students applying in a practical, natural way, and with simplicity, what has until now been considered so transcendent. Saint-Germain has launched this work in all the fullness allowed by the great cosmic law. In the entire universe there is only the action of the divine law, which is the great I Am presence in action. No human being in the world lives exclusively for themselves. Everything is a great consciousness, and all are and form part of that great consciousness in action, whether in the physical world or in the higher octaves. Everything is law or order, acting under a defined law of life, the great I Am presence. I met several of you during my ministry and have observed everything that has happened in your life currents, seeing the evidence, activity, and the will of many to accept their great I Am presence. Thus, for the individual to be freed, this is the transcendent activity. Life's experiences are like a whip that forces the individual to seek their great I Am presence. Do you not agree with me? When I say endlessly, think of the agony humanity has suffered due to the power given to human concepts from the lack of understanding of the law of life. Yet they continue and continue seeking the law in their hearts. But the feeling through the intellect dominates practically all external activity. Today you have this simplified explanation, the visual picture of your reality, through which you can govern your lives, your feelings, your worlds, and also allow the great intelligence, the life of the universe, to put divine order into this chaos created by humanity. It seems terrifying that the human intellect could have created such chaos for humanity, and as beloved Saint-Germain has said, forming conclusions from fragmented information, all of which comes from the outside. No human concept has a permanent foundation. That is why, my beloved, when you tell a human being and those concepts, you have no power, You take away the power you previously gave them. Then, the full light prevails and governs the activity of your world. But this must happen through your attention focused on the supreme presence of life, the great I Am presence. Humanity cannot go anywhere without it, because without it, there is no hope. Those who in the churches of the world like to worship me and follow my words have completely misunderstood them. They ask for a God they have placed so far away that it seems to require infinite time to reach. That is why today humanity's prayers seem less attended to. Those who have come to know the great I Am presence, which is precisely that infinite presence of God to whom all pray, obtain immediate results to their calls, their secrets and prayers. After all, what is prayer if not that which gives an answer to a sincere desire in the heart, a feeling? The feeling is the external activity of the inner power of the presence. That is, the feeling is, so to speak, like a turbine or power plant, for no result can be produced in the external world of activity if it is not preceded by feeling. The generous feeling produces results. Today you, the beloved students of I Am under the radiation of Saint-Germain, are the luckiest beings in the world, as you have entered into a clear and powerful law. It is the law of your lives, and you will obtain results if you do so with diligence, sincerity, and keep your feelings harmonized. It is useless for humanity to continue ignoring the laws of life that so many individuals are using at all their waking moments and many times while sleeping without paying attention to the knowledge or ignorance, nor the attention of the individual. If the attention is intense, sometimes they act with greater power. When you understand that the power of the universe is in your I Am presence and acts under your orders, your calls, or your secrets, then you will know that you have entered into your power plant, into the true engine. When this is launched into the physical world, it will detach you from human creation, from the bond under which you have lived for so many centuries. In the past 5 years, we have watched over and cared for those who today are messengers, preparing and projecting this new teaching to humanity. Our love, intensified by their great love, has poured upon you, children of light, such strength and power so that you could understand the I Am presence and realize it within yourselves. Could there be a greater joy in the world than the one that comes from the achievement of the liberation of all the accumulation of human creation? I will tell you an amazing thing. If the orthodox world, as it is sometimes called, accepted this understanding of God, that is, the infinite called I Am presence, in 1 year the earth would be transformed. But the accumulated intellectual concepts acting through human feelings do not allow that liberation to penetrate unless the individual is sufficiently strong to confront both internal and external human suggestion. For your own suggestion is as powerful as the one that pervades the atmosphere in which you move. The sect called Christian Science taught humanity to use the mind, but most forgot to love the great person who channeled this knowledge. It was Mary Baker Eddy, and she would love to see a change. She would appreciate so much if the world of her Christian Science returned to the power of love. The whole world is hungry for love. Oh, if all of humanity understood that by giving enough divine love, they would lack nothing. When different sects fight against each other over diverse concepts, what a tragedy this means for the earth. Pay close attention that our beloved messengers do not fight against things or people. They do not argue. For praise be to God, they have learned the law and calmly continue presenting the truth they know, without condemning anything and loving everyone. This is the secret. If all paths of truth on earth possessed this secret, they would transform into a paradise in a few months. It is my joy to speak these truths to you today, and know that we will never be separated. I feel your love, your thoughts, your calls. If it were possible for me to feel pain, my heart would bleed seeing so many doors of so many churches closed to me. Instead, I rejoice in the greatest expansion of light and the opportunity it has given me to pour my love and help to those human beings who truly accept my reality. Once again, with my blessed and beloved brother Saint-Germain, hand in hand, we advance to bring the light, freedom, blessings, and ascension of humanity in the fullness of my love. I envelop you in the fullness of the freedom I enjoy. I envelop you by placing in every person who hears me the qualities of the ascended masters, which will find outward expression in your world as you progress, covering you with the light substance of the ascended masters, which you will later absorb. Allow me to use this curious expression. and it will spring from the atomic structure, meaning from your physical body, the imperfection that resides there. I congratulate our sister Leato for receiving so clearly and vividly the use of the substance that emanates from the star of love. This is a greater intensification of the substance of the ascended masters, as you previously understood when it is invoked to envelop us. This substance visits us. I want to make it clear and practical for you. It is absorbed into the body and, so to speak, expels the imperfection. Now this is a triple activity and of great assistance to you. Once you use the unassailable flame, calling it or invoking it, my beloved ones, I want each of you and all those coming from long distances to take with you this knowledge. It is impossible for any disharmony or discord to detach from your calls to the great I Am presence or from the call to the unassailable flame. So, if you have produced limitations of all kinds in your world with our assistance, the serene recognition of your presence and harmony in your feelings, you can quickly transform yourself and your world into a being and a world of light, a God in action. The privilege is before you, you must choose. I extend my love and the eternal blessing of the great host of ascended masters and the great angelic host to give you your freedom quickly, to give you the power, strength, and courage to feel the reality of your presence so that you allow it to do its perfect work in you. Eternal, infinite light envelops all these beloved students of the I Am in all of America and the world in the substance of the ascended masters that emanates from the star of love. It envelops them and fills their minds and bodies with the perfection it contains, which cannot be defined with human adjectives. Rejoice, and you will be free. Thank you. Number 3, words from Master Nada, Houston, Texas, March 1st, 1937. It is the desire of my brother Saint Germain that I communicate my love and the love of the great host of ascended masters who are assisting the children of earth in their search for freedom and ascension. Your loving hearts, in their great invocation, have received the following response. Saint Chain assures me that at the first opportunity when time allows, he will have among you the messengers of the Aurora service and the pacified class. The need there is great, and his presence will establish harmonious conditions so that in the near future they will return to the West, which was once the state of Texas, a great focus of light. This is why our messenger, Mr. Estiel, has been delegated here to work with you. You will remember the civilization from 70,000 years ago that, in the Sahara Desert as here, were great focuses of light. By calling your attention to this, you will be able to extract greater radiation, not only from the ancient light that was here, but you will also be able to expand your own light, even after having called your attention to the I Am presence. The human being in the midst of novelty requires time to assimilate and deeply understand the simplicity of this work. You know why it has been assured to you repeatedly that this is the correct teaching, the exact method we as ascended beings used when we had human form as you do. It is the exact method that all ascended masters use to obtain freedom and ascension. Those beloved students who feel this truth deeply can free themselves. You will notice that we constantly emphasize the importance of feeling because in it lies the power. And if you have firmness and determination when calling the presence into action, there will not be a single human limitation or apparent obstruction that can remain on your path. I assure you that it requires firm and constant application or practice until the human appearance of limitation fades. But there is no discord or limitation that can endure if you continue applying this law with effort and determination. As momentum is gained in the recognition and acceptance of the presence, you will find that each step becomes easier and easier. Our joy is immense to find so many people willing to accept this recognition, which at first seems simple and transcendent. However, it is extremely practical as anything can be in our outer world. But human concepts have made transcendental activities something far beyond the ordinary, and this often prevents the use of these simple properties that actually reside in the human being. For example, the power of attention, vision, and qualification is enormous when they are consciously controlled. These activities may seem simple and insignificant, but in reality, they are majestic and contain nothing less than all the power of the magnificent I Am presence of the universe. Attention, dear students, is the most powerful property that humanity possesses because that which you focus your attention on forces you to become it, even in human form. When you realize that your attention has been fixed on discord, limitation, and apparent obstructions of all kinds of human reactions, it will tell you why you have been forced to live surrounded by them through the power of your attention. When you turn your attention to your I Am presence, where all intelligence and perfection reside, you will give it the power to flow into your world. Your I Am presence will not only change your attention, your visualization, and your qualification, but the law will compel it to act according to what you focus your attention on. You will instantly see the great power and wisdom that you possess in the great I Am presence, for it is in your heart and gives you life. When your attention turns to your presence, its full energy flows within you and your world, not only to produce health in your physical form, but to circulate throughout your world, harmonizing everything and making all the desires of your soul possible. Don't you realize that every desire of your heart is God Himself in action, the great presence in action? Perhaps you will respond, what about the desires that shouldn't be desired? And I answer, they are still the great energy of God acting but recalibrated by your discordant feelings. Each of you, beloved ones, is responsible for what happens in your world. However, this is something unknown to most, as they believe something external is responsible for external or internal conditions. But you see, this is not true. Each person individually is responsible for what exists in their own world. Each one has created it, or possibly allowed it unconsciously. You do not have to allow anything foreign to the I Am presence into your world. You must understand that when your attention is placed on the presence, it not only protects you, but also prevents you from continuously focusing on any erroneous perception, any visualization of anything harmful to your world. Before knowing something about your presence, you couldn't look at something discordant or disharmonious without immediately accepting it with your feelings. Wherever you placed your attention, you made that enter your sensory world because you didn't have protection or knowledge, having consciously turned away from your presence. Now you must consciously return to it. Thus, when you know the I Am presence, you must become aware and understand that everything that acts in your world must come through your attention or invocation to that presence. Then, you will see how you become the master of your world. When you accept your presence, you are the only one responsible for everything that your world contains. As our beloved Saint Germain often says, you are the one who commands in your world. Decree something, and it will be granted to you. In the Bible, you will find in Job 22, verse 27, He will hear you when you call, and you will fulfill your vows. The same chapter, verse 21 says, Reconcile with Him and be at peace, thereby good will come to you. It refers to the I Am presence. Thus, while we have the opportunity in this still atmosphere filled with vibrations, you will remember what I am telling you more clearly and definitively. That is why we take this opportunity to begin the radiation, anticipating the moment when the messengers will be with you in the understanding that by recognizing your I Am presence, you will become masters of yourselves and your world. Can you imagine anything more wonderful than the beginning of your liberation? Before, everything external dominated you, and now, on the contrary, you are the authority in your own world. Could you imagine anything more wonderful? One of the most powerful principles that can enter human consciousness is the knowledge of those words, to be the master and lord of your own world. I hope you all forever keep this explanation with you, along with the moment of accepting in the sensory body the presence that lives within you. It is not necessary to see it immediately, but to feel that it is there, pouring all its power into our individual world. It will always respond to the invocation of your feelings. As you realize this, you will see how even the smallest discordant thing disappears and cannot persist in your life. Not only this, but when you have the awareness that your presence is truly there with you, at that moment, beloved brother, your ascension will begin. Think about it, precious heart. After so many centuries, some more, some less, living in physical bodies, you will be free. Now you have reincarnated in this era to receive the transcendental knowledge of the great I Am presence in all the clear forms it has brought to humanity by the beloved teacher Saint Chohan. What do you think? From the great Atlantean civilization, it had been presented as such, with fragments enduring in the retreats, and some of the Egyptian priests knew these laws, but many distorted them. Today, the great law of the I Am has emerged in its simplicity and clarity. This time it is being protected by the hosts of ascended masters, so that human concepts do not interfere with the instruction that St. Cho has introduced. It is clear, powerful, and concrete. As you practice it, you will get results, I insist, beloved students. So frank and tenacious, I implore you to read and reread these books until they become part of you and your sensory worlds. It is not necessary to memorize all the words in them. As you continue reading, the vibratory action powerfully charged in each phrase will anchor the pure truth that is exposed there. I especially draw your attention to the activities that you will later read about, which took place in the Cave of Symbols in the Grand Teton, and the one that occurred in the home of Sananda in the Cave of Light in India. Dear ones, read these extracts often, always ending with the magical presence at the home of Sananda in India. This is just a short account, but you will receive great assistance. Don't take time away from other things to start rereading. You will feel urged to do it. Feel deeply what you read, and it will be imprinted in your sensory body, the property that the words contain. For remember, words are cups that carry the radiation that the ascended masters wish to transmit. For this reason, these books are as powerful or more powerful than any that have come to the external world. It is very rare to find a group like the one here, so harmonized that they are like one heartbeat. Can you realize our joy in finding you like this? I assure you that if your devotion, your joy, your love, and your loyalty to the light continue in this way, you will achieve what you desire. Continue acting as one happy family in the arms of the beloved I Am presence, in the acceptance of its wonderful light, for it is the authority of the universe. Let it spring forth and pour through every body its magnificent currents of energy to heal and illuminate. May its perfect activity fill them until each one is a light so radiant that everything it touches feels its great presence healing. Do you know, beloved heart, that upon recognizing the presence, each one becomes a pillar of light that contains liberation, perfection, blessing, and illuminating power? It is not the human form that does this, but by accepting the I Am presence within you, your human form becomes a dynamo of energy and power that arises from the presence and flows as radiation into your homes and businesses. You will find in it the source of all harmony and provision. Feel the great power of your presence rising from your heart and expanding, filling your home and the world with the energy of your presence. Never force this knowledge of the great presence onto others. Simply radiate its light all the time, in everything and in everyone. Then you will see that hundreds of those who are touched by this will be enveloped, and many times you will hear these words, "What is this I feel in you?" The messengers and active students experience this constantly because they are beacons of radiant light. One cannot give the guiding attention to the presence without more and more radiation emanating from it. That is the law of being. It is not a matter of needing to push something. The presence is always happy and willing. Let me anchor this point in your consciousness. When you invoke your presence, it is the one that attends to you. The presence of an unascended being, like the one appearing in the illustration, knows nothing of the limitations of its lower being. It has provided you with a higher mental body, which is the selective and discriminating intelligence that knows your needs and requirements. It knows the perfection of the presence and does not accept your limitations. So this is the blessing for all humanity. Understand that when you invoke your presence, your higher mental body sees all your needs from below, knows exactly how and what to do to meet them when invoked. There can be no error in this. This is what I want you to know every morning, and keep in your memory each time you invoke your beloved presence. My higher body is my selective intelligence, and when I invoke, name, or turn to my presence, it cannot fail to respond. It has waited through the centuries for me to give it my consent or recognition, and thus produce perfection in my world. In this way, your human intellect will never try to argue with you about this activity. This is what humanity needs because it is the human intellect that has diverted all of humanity from its higher ideals. In many great metaphysical schools, the following expression has been used, "I am the supply of money I need." This is true, but the human intellect, external consciousness, returns with the question, "Yes, but where is it?" To strengthen you against this, I recommend you say, "Beloved presence I am, see that I always have all the money supply I need." Note that both forms can be used. one to get the intellect accustomed to the truth, and the second to make the decree. You will see how the intellect does not return to argue with you. Many people have experienced this difficulty in their beginner times, and before knowing the I Am presence. We call your attention to this so that you may teach it, and be the one to master this condition. All the masters have heard your invocations. Our love turns to you like a powerful river. I envelop you with the radiation of my being, and also Saint Germain Jesus and Sanat Kumara. He has charged your heart center with certain qualities that he wishes to expand and amplify in you. Today is a day of great joy, because we have been given the first opportunity to impose our presence through your attention. You cannot yet imagine what it means to be able to have the messenger in a place where you can drink from their pillar of light, as they constitute the first opportunity for the great energy of the I Am presence to emerge where they have been placed. Naturally, they continue being a great focus as a center of activity. When we see them from place to place, it is because there is a great need for more light in those places. All the universe came from light, and everything must reconvert into light. Light is intelligent, self-luminous substance of your presence, which is the light of the world. Do not fear anything in the world or the invisible. Focused on the radiation of your presence, always free of all limitation, and then to your ascension. May the love of the host of ascended masters, the legion of light, and the great cosmic beings envelop you now and always. Thank you. Number 4. Words from the Great Divine Director, Philadelphia, PA, March 25, 1938. Children of the light, allow me to repeat this. Children of the light, arise in your great glory and release the power of the light of your presence through yourselves. The firm determination to serve the light is your victory. Your desire is God, the beloved presence in action, giving you the opportunity to glorify the light within you. Give them the dominion of your mind, body, world, and activity to the glory of everything your hearts may desire in the fullness of this light that beats in your heart. Each one of you is the authority, the glory that all of humanity has sought through the centuries. Look at the illustration. See that great river of life, light, energy, intelligence, and power. That is each of you anchoring within your own physical heart, radiating to all humanity in the fullness of your infinite, all-powerful power, as they are giving all their attention. You are children of the light because the light that is eternal is anchored within your hearts. The power of life is there. The authority and intelligence of the infinite power that governs the universe are there in your hearts, in your individual life. You can make the fullness of this be put into action through your human form by the intelligence and power of your I Am presence, as you enter into that current of light that beats in your heart and gives life to your physical structures. Beloved, while I speak these words for you, please stand so that I may serve you. I hope that no less than 50 people will leave this room whose human creation has been consumed. Give me your attention. If you sit, there will be a feeling of rest and conviction of the presence that will penetrate your physical structures and fill your physical world with infinite power and light. It is the full acceptance of the power of light that comes from your I Am presence, so let its activity permeate your being as I amplify it through every human form. It will meet the violet consuming flame, and then its infinite power and activity, the earth and the heavens will meet and be free in the glory of its combining power. Such is the glory of the ever-growing and intense power of light. It is filling the earth with its cosmic light, expanded by the activity of the students everywhere, by the power of the ascended masters, cosmic beings, and the legion of light. Why do you think the messengers came to you tonight? Because the time is ripe for certain activities to be carried out for you. The power of light knows no opposites. Remember this in all your activities. Remember that when it floods your invocation, everything that is not equal will disappear. Therefore, before the power of the impulse in the decrees, it is not surprising that human creations cannot endure, nor can any entities remain in this great flood of light that is driven. Allow me to explain this so that you always remember it. If you could see the radiation that emanates, and is your energy as it reaches a certain intensity and the power of your feeling, it rises to a certain height above you and enters the power of infinite light. Can you imagine what this means individually? Well, the great energy you release reaches the point where it meets the great activity not only of cosmic light, but also of the octave of the ascended masters. It's exactly as if an immense radiation bursts forth in this intensification, returning to you individually 1% more than when you sent it, bringing the same perfection to the Earth for the protection of the hemisphere. Every night before sleeping, individually send a silent call to the infinite powers of the air to exercise their dominion over the air service for the protection of the Americas and allow this power to act. Allow this protective activity to assist your coasts. This air service is to protect nations from those at war. All of you, to some extent, are responsible for the conditions in the outer world. But now, with your extensive calls or invocations, you are performing acts of redemption in your worlds on a grand scale. So from now on, I ask you to not think any more about what has happened, whether you deem it necessary or not. At least once a day, invoke the law of forgiveness for any error you make or have made. Take your attention away from human creation. Do not listen to anyone who brings gossip or discord. We have repeated this request many times, yet some students continue to criticize and create discord about a person, place, or condition. I tell you, beloved students, that you are in grave danger when you have no idea of what you expose yourselves to for just moments of irritation. I beg you, in the name of humanity, do not do this. Do not worry about anything other than the cleaning and purification of your minds, bodies, and worlds. Do not worry about anything else. Allow your love to emanate from the beloved I Am presence to bless each other, and you will see how quickly all your groups will increase with greater numbers than you can imagine. By God, beloved students, do not criticize each other. Do not allow any other feelings than kindness and blessing. As I said to the beloved students of the West, I would very much like to continue giving instructions, but the law of life and being says no. So tonight, in my great endeavor, I am trying to give you this help. I am here to render this service for you made possible by your invocation and love. It is not easy for humanity to realize, within the limited human consciousness, the transcendental powers that are enveloping them now and at every moment. Dear ones, humanity has not even touched the periphery of happiness yet, and only when your sensory world is calm and at peace, no matter what is happening around you, will you know the happiness that floods the sensory world of the messengers. They have asked to close themselves against any discordant feeling. They have brought a peace the world has never known, a peace that cannot be known individually except when one reaches the point of self-control and understanding. Remember, my beloved, that what causes disturbance in your feelings is human creation, tying you to the chain of limitations. Now, for a few moments, relax, do not be anxious, do not try to inquire about what I am going to do. Simply let the light do its perfect work, as what I will do will be through your own light current that pulses in your hearts. Do not qualify any feeling that enters your body with anything other than the perfection of your beloved I Am presence, for nothing can act except to glorify it. Therefore, in the fullness of your active presence and power, be glorified in the power of your presence. Silence, I speak to the higher mental body of each of those present. Release your great power of the uncontainable flame. Never allow the feeling of irritation or discord or feeling any aversion to another, but rather to pour out love and blessings, wishing them well. Tonight, the power and activity of the Cave of Light in India are present. May the fullness of its power render its service now for these children of light, as they cannot go there. I bring this light here and envelop them, keeping them in the radiation of this power, so that it continues to act forever in their lives. From now on, their lives are the power of light, and they will no longer think in terms of human conditions. From now on, the power of light that pulses in each human heart is the dominion within each mind, body, and sensory world. It is taking dominion, maintaining its bliss, its ruling presence to bless each one with the fullness of its bliss, enthusiasm, and goodwill. Toward all things, it maintains harmony in the sensory world, growing in power and perfection through its invocation to the presence that continues in its activity, expanding and intensifying to glorify each one with its eternal freedom of light. We thank you, O great power of light. We thank you, great cosmic light. We thank you, great cosmic beings, great legions of light, and great host of ascended masters. Now, as we say this, O God of freedom, fill each one's sensory world with your immense feeling of freedom and loyalty to the Americas. Let it expand in the world's feeling and perform its perfect work in the regeneration of the feeling of all humanity. Raise them above all feelings of oppression in the world. Fix them in your feeling of love and loyalty toward the hemisphere. O great victory. Fill each one's sensory world with your victorious feelings, your self-mastery, and your great power of light. Let each one release it, liberating the quality you place there, radiating to all those they come in contact with. Last Sunday, this transcendent activity was initiated by the Earth so that each one could communicate it to others through the power of radiation. These immense qualities, with which the ascended beings are being charged, constitute the authority for all humanity. May each one receive this activity in their sensory world, and may it continue to act there to produce what all these qualities mean for the individual, for the hemisphere, and for humanity. For your bodies, to harmonize them, and to signify them standing. Raise your hands toward your I Am presence in the silence of your own room. As you invoke it, feel the power of light filling each cell, charging the sensory body, sweeping away every imperfection, every pain, cause, effect, and record, all discomfort in your mental and sensory world in your physical body. Sweep it with all the power of light, and let the light maintain its dominion forever within your human form and around it. Then, by the power of its increasing intensity, let its radiation flow to bless all those you come into contact with. Try to feel this tonight as you are in this radiation. Try to feel, my beloveds, the power and authority of light. I speak to the points of light within each cell of the body of each one of you. Expand them, dissolve all human conditions, dissolve the density that has clothed these points of light, penetrating them and unlocking their radiation. Now, when human forms are full of pain and discomfort, release that light now, dissolving the last bit of density. Let this light fill the human form and dissolve it now with perfect health, strength, happiness, courage, power, and dominion, even in the flesh structure of the body. O great victory, dissolve the doubts and fears in the sensory worlds of each one. Dissolve them now, and may these beloveds move forward in the strength and dominion of their own light without obstructions, untouched by any human condition. Then make this radiation so powerful that they will never feel the desire to have to do or be anything else but the power of light in action. Allow me to explain this so that you always remember it. If you could see the radiation that emanates and is your energy as it reaches a certain intensity in the power of your feeling, it rises to a certain height above you and enters the power of infinite light. Can you imagine what this means individually? Well, the great energy you release reaches the point where it meets the great activity, not only of cosmic light, but also of the octave of the ascended masters. It's exactly as if an immense radiation bursts forth in this intensification, returning to you individually 1% more than when you sent it, bringing the same perfection to the earth for the protection of the hemisphere. Every night before sleeping, individually send a silent call to the infinite powers of the air to exercise their dominion over the air service for the protection of the Americas and allow this power to act. Allow this protective activity to assist your coasts. This air service is to protect nations from those at war. All of you, to some extent, are responsible for the conditions in the outer world. But now, with your extensive calls or invocations, you are performing acts of redemption in your worlds on a grand scale. So from now on, I ask you to not think any more about what has happened, whether you deem it necessary or not. At least once a day, invoke the law of forgiveness for any error you make or have made. Take your attention away from human creation. Do not listen to anyone who brings gossip or discord. We have repeated this request many times, yet some students continue to criticize and create discord about a person, place, or condition. I tell you, beloved students, that you are in grave danger when you have no idea of what you expose yourselves to for just moments of irritation. I beg you, in the name of humanity, do not do this. Do not worry about anything other than the cleaning and purification of your minds, bodies, and worlds. Do not worry about anything else. Allow your love to emanate from the beloved I Am presence to bless each other, and you will see how quickly all your groups will increase with greater numbers than you can imagine. By God, beloved students, do not criticize each other. Do not allow any other feelings than kindness and blessing. As I said to the beloved students of the West, I would very much like to continue giving instructions, but the law of life and being says no. So tonight, in my great endeavor, I am trying to give you this help. I am here to render this service for you, made possible by your invocation and love. It is not easy for humanity to realize within the limited human consciousness the transcendental powers that are enveloping them now and at every moment. Dear ones, Humanity has not even touched the periphery of happiness yet, and only when your sensory world is calm and at peace, no matter what is happening around you, will you know the happiness that floods the sensory world of the messengers. They have asked to close themselves against any discordant feeling. They have brought a peace the world has never known, a peace that cannot be known individually except when one reaches the point of self-control and understanding. Remember, my beloved, that what causes disturbance in your feelings is human creation, tying you to the chain of limitations. Now, for a few moments, relax. Do not be anxious. Do not try to inquire about what I am going to do. Simply let the light do its perfect work, as what I will do will be through your own light current that pulses in your hearts. Do not qualify any feeling that enters your body with anything other than the perfection of your beloved I Am presence, for nothing can act except to glorify it. Therefore, in the fullness of your active presence and power, be glorified in the power of your presence. Silence, I speak to the higher mental body of each of those present. Release your great power of the uncontainable flame. Never allow the feeling of irritation or discord, or feeling any aversion to another, but rather to pour out love and blessings, wishing them well. Tonight, the power and activity of the Cave of Light in India are present. May the fullness of its power render its service now for these children of light, as they cannot go there. I bring this light here and envelop them, keeping them in the radiation of this power, so that it continues to act forever in their lives. From now on, their lives are the power of light, and they will no longer think in terms of human conditions. From now on, the power of light that pulses in each human heart is the dominion within each mind, body, and sensory world. It is taking dominion, maintaining its bliss, its ruling presence to bless each one with the fullness of its bliss, enthusiasm, and goodwill toward all things. It maintains harmony in the sensory world, growing in power and perfection through its invocation to the presence that continues in its activity, expanding and intensifying to glorify each one with its eternal freedom of light. We thank you, O great power of light. We thank you, great cosmic light. We thank you, great cosmic beings, great legions of light, and great host of ascended masters. Now, as we say this, O God of freedom, fill each one's sensory world with your immense feeling of freedom and loyalty to the Americas. Let it expand in the world's feeling and perform its perfect work in the regeneration of the feeling of all humanity. Raise them above all feelings of oppression in the world. Fix them in your feeling of love and loyalty toward the hemisphere, O great victory. Fill each one's sensory world with your victorious feelings, your self-mastery, and your great power of light. Let each one release it, liberating the quality you place there, radiating to all those they come in contact with. Last Sunday, this transcendent activity was initiated by the Earth so that each one could communicate it to others through the power of radiation. These immense qualities with which the ascended beings are being charged constitute the authority for all humanity. May each one receive this activity in their sensory world, and may it continue to act there to produce what all these qualities mean for the individual, for the hemisphere, and for humanity, for your bodies, to harmonize them and to signify them standing. Raise your hands toward your I Am presence in the silence of your own room. As you invoke it, feel the power of light filling each cell, charging the sensory body, sweeping away every imperfection, every pain, cause, effect, and record, all discomfort in your mental and sensory world, in your physical body. Sweep it with all the power of light, and let the light maintain its dominion forever within your human form and around it. Then, by the power of its increasing intensity, let its radiation flow to bless all those you come into contact with. Try to feel this tonight as you are in this radiation. Try to feel, my beloveds, the power and authority of light. I speak to the points of light within each cell of the body of each one of you. Expand them, dissolve all human conditions, dissolve the density that has clothed these points of light, penetrating them and unlocking their radiation. Now, when human forms are full of pain and discomfort, release that light now, dissolving the last bit of density. Let this light fill the human form and dissolve it now with perfect health, strength, happiness, courage, power, and dominion, even in the flesh structure of the body. O great victory, dissolve the doubts and fears in the sensory worlds of each one. Dissolve them now, and may these beloveds move forward in the strength and dominion of their own light, without obstructions, untouched by any human condition. Then, make this radiation so powerful that they will never feel the desire to have to do or be anything else but the power of light in action. Thus, release this so that humanity is not deprived of the glory of your being in this need of today, or humanity rise in the triumph of your light, or America in the triumph of light, so that no nation or group of people may ever be touched by discord. Great cosmic light, cleanse and purify the sensory world of every human being in America now. Send whatever is necessary to provide full assistance. Fill the government with the presence of the ascended masters, with the intelligence, activity, and power to maintain divine justice everywhere in governmental offices. Keep the dominion of light there as the class comes into action. O great cosmic beings, O great cosmic light, assume the dominion of that city, cleanse and purify everything, take over and remove all dark entities, dissolve and consume all human creations from the people and officials. Watch over it there so that the power of divine justice may reign now and forever sovereign in the glory of your eternal light. Beloved, I ask you not to feel deprived of anything when it is necessary to send the messengers to other places. The great power of your energy has made possible the activity of this night in this glory. Rejoice and be happy. Enter into this activity with more enthusiasm, freedom, and mental security that the great wisdom always acts correctly. Let everything harmonize and release your light power from within. That is energy. That is substance, and the great powers of light can then gather it, raise it, and bring it back down where it is needed. Remember, whether in your individual life, in your city, in your nation, or in the rest of the world, the urgent need of today's world is the liberation from human conditions. I do not mean you should go to extremes, but with controlled speed, so the energy can be used by the great entities of light to provide the protection and help humanity needs right now. Beloved, the strict norms of ancient civility must disappear because they have bound humanity, preventing it from behaving naturally. Be simple, beloved, in the joy and enthusiasm of your understanding of the powers of light. The old human conditions are rapidly disappearing from the earth, and as your invocations to the powers of light dissolve more and more human creation, humanity will feel this greater freedom. It is nothing but finding its expression in naturalness. By old custom, the ancient norms did not manage to break free from false pride, habit, and human creation. Again I say, children of the light, act with naturalness. Let the power of light emerge. For as long as humans feel limited or bound by customs, human opinions, or whatever, they will not be able to release the power of the feeling that is so needed today. Tonight, everyone here will be able to release that power of feeling they have not known before. They will release it easily, joyfully, and with enthusiasm. And they will get results that I am sure will not make them feel limited in any way. This does not mean you should not use discrimination, that you should not allow the selective intelligence of the higher mental body to act. Because remember, no one is free from their mistakes until they have achieved ascension. No matter what your mistakes are, that great presence of life, which is your higher mental body, the ascended masters, the legion of light, and the cosmic beings, never condemn, never pass the slightest judgment. They only wait for you to harmonize and obey so perfectly that the fullness of the infinite power of light, which beats in your hearts, takes dominion and floods your mind, body, and world. It is this power of light that gives you happiness. It is this power of light that gives you health. I have tried to speak this firmly in your sensory world. When you need harmony, healing from any condition or appearance, visualize yourselves centered in the great brightness of the presence. Feel it entering your body and your feeling, and wait for it to sweep away all pain, imperfection, cause, effect, and record. Each of you from today onward should remember that when invoking the power of the presence to the human octave, there must be balance in the human form through self-control in feelings. I wrap you in the love of Victory Number 5, words of Sanat Kumara, Los Angeles, California, July 11, 1937. Saint Germain. Beloved students, my heart rejoices greatly with you today for the cooperation you have given through your great decrees for the preparation of this class. This has made possible a wonderful work for each of you. My gratitude and love always surround you, and remember that at any moment of great crisis, after you have invoked your beloved presence, call me, and I will give you all the assistance possible. We cannot expand the power and energy of those whose motives are not concrete. But for those who are, we say, as you would say in your common language, we will do our best. We want you to know that you are not alone, beloved. You are not even subject to your own human creations. Means are being provided in the sensory world to give you liberation. If you remain harmonious and apply yourselves diligently, you will have every reason in the world to rejoice fully in your own ability. It has been a great joy for me that Sanat Kumara has accepted my request and is conscious of dictating this talk to you. Sanat Kumara, from our home in the world of light, beloved, we have observed the progress of humanity for many hundreds of thousands of years. Today, we are finding many in whom we can expand the light. However, they are only a fragment of the totality of humanity. To you, I decree the ability, courage, and confidence to make your radiation much more powerful than the spoken word as an example and representation of the great presence I am, and of the ascended masters. Therefore, may you conduct yourselves in our great love for you, and in your great love for us, forever in the future, as ambassadors of light. That is what you truly are. You may not yet understand it, but we have made you this way. Pay close attention to this. When the light of an individual has expanded to a certain point, your great presence tells us your opportunity has arrived. Give them everything possible, my blessed ones. When this decree comes to us, each ascended master immediately becomes alert. Watch for the expansion of your light, for the light of each of you, to see where we can render this service. Why do you suppose there are ascended beings? Why do you suppose I came from Venus more than 2.5 million years ago to render this service to humanity? Your own Venus committed itself to offer this assistance to Earth. If you are here for the first time, do not think that this is strange. Humanity is also unaware of the inner workings of the law of life and of being. We would not tell you a single false word. It would be as impossible as if the world could stop its movement when we speak to you. We speak the law of life as truth for you, beloved ones. I fully acknowledge that everyone has free will, but if that will is not directed constructively, the result will be the destructive qualities of it. No one escapes this. Master Saint-Germain has committed to awakening a large portion of humanity so that the horrible destruction threatening the earth can be mitigated and diminished. This was said 30 years ago, and it took the masters 20 years to carry out this work. Today they announce that this destruction can be completely avoided thanks to the number of awakened people helping in this work. I assure you that never in the history of Earth has such assistance been given to your children. Sometimes I have observed your great groups making these great decrees for the liberation of America and humanity. When you finish the service, we have used this enormous energy. This is the least we can do with it. You will not understand what I am about to tell you, but the awareness you have is enough to make you understand that your individual parts of this great service are not nonsense. It is not imaginary. It is a tremendous activity. As we gather this force and project it, you have seen many times the magnificent results that occur because of these decrees. The great presence of life has always said, "Send me." When this great presence, which is the law of life, or the origin of life for every human being, gives an order, the entire universe obeys, except man. Beloved ones, it is not because you do not want to obey, but because you still do not understand the importance of managing the life that has been given to you for your use. Do you know that you are nothing but guardians of that great river of life that enters your bodies and flows out to your worlds? Your bodies, these bodies, are not permanent until you achieve ascension. Physical bodies are not permanent, since individuals shed them and dress with others repeatedly. Therefore, only when you focus your attention on your presence and invoke it into action firmly will it act to cleanse the substance. Pay attention, I say, the substance. Only in this way will it cleanse the substance of your brain for tuning. You understand very well how you tune the engines of your cars when something is not working properly, and this makes them work perfectly. Well, in the human brain, it is no different. It is an instrument that must be tuned for the most refined vibrations of the presence and of the ascended masters to act consciously through you in the outer activity of the world. You are constantly moving in these magnificent vibratory activities. The structure of your brain does not allow the vibrations to be imprinted. That is why, beloved ones, when you focus on your presence, the currents of light flow through your brain, expanding light within each cell of your body. This dissolving process continues. The tuning of the brain structure continues until the feeling of the impulse that comes from the presence and through the higher mental body becomes clearer and clearer. So, the feeling makes you follow the impulses of your presence, sufficiently clear to produce your perfection in your worlds. Without this tuning, only fragmentary dictations from the presence are received. Humanity often rebels against obedience to certain simple things in life, but that obedience means the tuning of the brain structure. There are certain habits in humanity that have prevented it from receiving these higher vibrations, and that would have given the knowledge it seeks. Hundreds of thousands of people have sought the truth of the law of life, but all the time they have continued human habits that have created density in the brain structure, preventing them from receiving that truth. Thus humanity has only received the light of the great law faintly and at large intervals. I tell you, beloved ones, that the use of tobacco in any form produces a secretion in the brain that prevents it from tuning after a certain point. The use of meat will fill your atomic structure. Now pay attention to this. It will fill your atomic structure with fear. I cannot delay in detailing this explanation. I can only cite some fragments of certain laws. For example, if you waste your sexual energy in pleasurable gratification, you will have cleared your body of the energy that comes to you from the presence, and that you need to maintain the courage and strength to invoke the presence into action and maintain the idea until the human properties you have accumulated around you through the centuries are freed and disappear. Do you know that in the sexual energy that man wastes, there is his strength, his courage, and his confidence? Have you not noticed the fact that people who waste this energy become fearful, weak, and full of distrust and suspicion? Why? Because by spilling that life force, the courage and strength accumulated in the sensory world of the individual is lost. In the waste of sexual energy, the individual discards their strength and courage, because that is what leaves. The liquid light that flows through the nerves contains the courage and strength of life, which is feeling. In other words, feeling contains the courage and strength of life, and this is the liquid light that flows through the nerves. For this reason, the messengers explained to humanity the need to conserve sexual energy. It was never the Creator's intention for it to be used for anything other than the propagation of the human form. The great mistake of humanity was believing that sexual activity was made for its gratification, and sinister forces took hold of it to hypnotize the majority, making them believe through all kinds of excuses that by using it for pleasure, they could still attain perfection. I tell you, beloved ones, that this never, never, never can be. The greatest tragedy of humanity today is that those masters who teach and excuse its use in that sense do so because desire is so rooted in them that they have no choice but to excuse and permit the use of the energy in that way. Master Saint-Germain has asked me to bring this to you today so that you may clearly understand it by virtue of my power and radiation, so that it may free you from any sensation you do not wish to feel, clearing all habits that are binding you. If sexual desire is dominating you, do not fight it. Simply say, "Beloved Presence I am, take this desire from me and replace it with your activities." Continue making the invocation and soon you will realize that it is gone. The same can be done to free yourself from the desire for tobacco, likewise with the desire to eat meat, and with the alcohol and drugs used by man. We have seen the effect of alcohol, whiskey, and all the other liquors on humanity. They are harmful, but the worst of all is gin, which directly affects the generative organs and makes passions uncontrollable. The wisdom of the ascended masters, always practical, never extreme, but gives you the understanding of the power of your presence, so you can banish from your world all desires that are not there for the good. These desires are nothing but fluctuations of human creations. They are the results of information drawn from the worlds of appearance, and they are rarely correct. Remember that unless your intelligence is received from the great presence I am, the origin of all life, how can the human world be correct? It is full of human opinions, and in most cases, they are incorrect. Therefore, if you want freedom, if you want perfection, there is only one place where you can receive it. That is the presence I am. All of us cosmic beings had to adhere to it, and there are times when we wish so much to inform you of those things you are doing to prevent the expansion of your light. We long to see you free. Many have come under the radiation of Saint-Germain in the past 2 years and are ready for this light. A little more firmness and determination on your part to stay fixed in the presence will quickly lead you to your liberation. These are all simple truths that anyone who wants to be free must accept and obey. They encompass the great law of purity and perfection. Before Atlantis sank completely, an effort was made to raise an entire province of people and turn them into ascended beings. They advanced to such a point that all they had to do to eat was sit at the table, and everything they desired would appear. Among them, the great master achieved that advancement. It took a long time to bring them to that height. No one raised a hand to get what they wanted in terms of food, clothing, and shelter. Everything was provided. Then, when the time came for the cosmic law to teach them the use of the violet flame of transmutation, they secretly fed the sexual desire, and for this their feelings became so out of control that the great master had to move away. Then, they felt helpless without his light and had to turn to Atlantean instructors to teach them how to provide for themselves. The instructors were brought from another province. Now, my dear ones, many of those have returned. But this time, your victory is certain if you obey these great but simple laws. For this reason, you must control your life energy. It is not that you should not use sexual activity for the procreation of the species. That is fine, even if a great height has been reached. I am referring to the waste of energy, which is the tragedy of humanity today. Energy is given to you to use, and you must retain it in your body. Let us clarify that the taste for intoxicants, tobacco, meat, etc., is not a human desire of your own. They are destructive qualities accumulated by those who have failed in the path of life and then taught to the masses. Now, I urge you to use in all groups a special decree for the cities of America and the world. The Divine Director offers you an unparalleled service. It is a decree to remove from the earth all entities of corruption, black magic, etc. This is one of the most wonderful services in the universe. The presence I Am, the Divine Director, is invoked to release the legions of angels from the blue lightning of divine love and take those entities away. I am calling your attention to these vital things for a reason you do not know. If you obey these demands and requests, we will give you all the possible assistance, not only to your cities, states, and nations, but individually as well. We do not want to see people suffer if it can be avoided. But if humanity becomes rebellious and refuses to obey after these detailed explanations, we will have to wait again. I have waited a long time, as you can imagine. How would you think a being would feel in my place? Even though no human thoughts or feelings touch me and my world, I'm still obliged to observe humanity's failure throughout the centuries. After a great impulse, humanity itself had risen to a great height, as happens in every golden age, where thousands and thousands gain mastery over themselves and their worlds. However, it failed because the accumulated human desires began to spread through sinister activity. In the end, the great mass gave in, and our work collapsed. Today, for the first time after hundreds of thousands of centuries, the great cosmic law has placed in your hands the only sustaining power in the universe. The presence of God. I Am. This is the way in which you can gain your victory and dissolve the accumulation of human desires and all human wishes. Your invocation, by putting the presence into action, will set you free, first through the higher mental body, which will govern and guide you until the moment when, in the expansion of light within yourself, invoking your presence, you dissolve the density of the body enough for the earth to lose its attraction. Secondly, by ascending out of all these limitations. However, it is imperative that you do certain things. Today, I want to refer to the case of David Lai and others who recently made the ascension. In this book, there is a talk by Mr. David Lai that has raised the question in the minds of many whether these individuals received assistance from the masters without much prior preparation. Why should we not be able to? Because in their life stream, the expansion of their light made it possible for us to give them our assistance. Most of humanity, in previous times, had great rebellion and disobedience in their feelings, and had to make many conscious invocations to the presence in order to dissolve the accumulated discord. Then, through their firm desire, they could rise through the presence where they could earn our assistance. Beloved ones, the imperative need is harmony in your feelings, and then firm and determined decrees when invoking the presence for the action of the most minute details that are needed. With even the smallest things, trust is acquired. Then, when you invoke the greater things, you will find that you achieve them easily and quickly. The beloved I Am presence does not differentiate between the small and the large. The first thing to do is to force the outer being to obey, and you will not succeed, my precious ones, unless you maintain the harmony of your feelings long enough to allow it. Notice that I say, allow the activity of the atomic structure of the body to purify itself so that this energy can pass through it. Then it is possible to carry the accumulation that remains out of your world without discarding it before it can serve you. Many of you can maintain the harmony of your feelings, and the only way to stay in the outer activity and consciousness is by refusing to formulate or consent to a single opinion about another human being. Then, there will be no excuse for anything to disturb your world. I do not say this to flatter you, far from my intention, but to encourage you. No matter how wonderful you have already become, you have the strength, you have the self-control to refuse today to worry or express an opinion regarding another human being. You also have the strength to say when discord arises, we are not going to discuss that. It does not matter who it is. What concerns us is invoking your I Am presence with such firmness that the individual, if they are making a mistake, will stop doing so. Why am I explaining this? Because you, who are so determined, still have not clearly understood that from time to time you allow yourselves the habit of criticizing, and when this happens you undo what you have just achieved. We do not want you to do that. We do not want you to face discouragement. Controlling that is not possible to give you the strength, the courage, or whatever is needed to elevate you to the vibratory action and direction of your presence. You will know and receive the constant guidance of the perfect thing to do, moment by moment. As the beloved Master has said, every movement and every moment will become perfect service to the perfect activity, and you must see that this is the only way to win the victory. While agitation and disturbance exist in your sensory world, nothing can be perfect and permanent. That is why when you make a mistake, you feel that the law is not acting for you. Do not blame anyone or anything for any condition of limitation, disturbance, or discord, but blame yourself. Then you will find it easier to refuse to express and maintain opinions about others. Your world will remain in such a state of harmony that the law, power, light, energy, and essence will flow continuously in all your activities. The condensed energy of your presence will flow and fill your being as you become prepared. It will flow through your nerves as liquid light, and once that begins to act, your struggle will be almost over. Beloved students, while I am speaking to you, the inner work is being done. Accept it and try to give complete obedience. First, do not allow anything to enter your consciousness or world that could create an uncharitable feeling or disturb the feeling within. For if you allow it, your sensory world will immediately start to boil and nothing good can arise as long as that exists. It is not possible because the energy that exists in your feelings takes on the properties of disturbance. Simplicity is the great law of life. Humility is the channel through which your liberation comes. The messengers never tell anyone what they must do. If an individual wants to teach and spread the light, they must do so under their own responsibility. Group leaders take on their own responsibility. Why is this? Because humans cannot deserve trust unless they are firmly anchored in the power and light of their presence that governs them. For at the least expected moment, an external condition will drag them to a vertex, and they will say and do things they would not say or do if they were at peace. The messengers cannot take responsibility if the human being refuses to obey. That is why each one is responsible before their presence for what they do. Your presence, your higher mental body, is your only judge, and no human being can judge another. Your own mistakes may be greater than the one you are judging, and judging another for an apparent mistake can be a mistake of the one who is judging. Because judging another is interfering with the individual's free will, and this must not be done. Simply be firm in this great light, my precious ones, because your liberation is here in this light that has been invoked for your assistance. Many of you have invoked with great determination and sincerity. None of this has been unheard of, but I point out to some of you who have suffered disillusionment, because after making your requests with great perfection, you allowed discord to enter your sensory world. You realized that you were not progressing and thought, why can't I leave this behind? Get rid of this. And yes, you can. Now it will be easier with the assistance we are giving you. Understand, beloved ones, that with these talks you are almost being led in golden ways, so to speak. Such is the help we are giving you. Perhaps you do not see it yet, but one day you will as your attention is called to this. You will become more and more alert as the human desires that have caused density and clumsiness in the brain structure begin to disappear. A more refined vibratory action must be received. You will find no difficulty. I believe that perhaps the messengers have not mentioned the following. You have a nervous system that carries liquid light from the presence through the body. But understand that within the brain structure, there is an activity that receives and distributes it. Your heart is the director of your consciousness, and it acts through your brain. If the consciousness in the brain obeys the heart, everything will proceed in divine order. But if there is rebellion in the head against the heart, then confusion enters, because the light, notice this, the light of the heart cannot illuminate the brain sufficiently to dissolve the dense substance that obstructs the way. All of this sounds very simple, for these are wonderful things because vital activity is marvelous in fulfilling and achieving your victory and in perfecting your body. It is not my intention for anyone to dissolve their home or something similar. Under the great cosmic law, no human being has the right to bind another. On the contrary, this understanding should harmonize lovingly with one another. But if someone becomes rebellious and ugly, then that individual should not be allowed to limit the other. Then, the presence should be invoked firmly and determinedly to take command of the home and the individuals who compose it, to seize and dissolve the human aspects and any discordant or selfish feelings in the sensory world of that individual. The presence will harmonize everything. It will all be composed, but you must refuse to give power to the appearances that seem to be seen there. That is why many feel that they are not achieving full results, because unknowingly they are accepting the appearances with their feelings. There is such an impulse that has been given to criticism, anger, and similar conditions, that a lot of firmness is required at first to dissolve the condition. Here is a brother who admitted having developed a very strong temperament, and despite the impulse he gave to that character for 3 or more years, it was impossible for him to dissolve it quickly through the use of the violet consuming flame, destroying the cause and effect. Whoever wants to succeed must have such determination that their light must be the first objective in everything, as the messenger has told you. If you render all adoration, gratitude, and attention to your presence, you will find that all the problems of your outer world will be solved quickly. Now, if your attention is only focused on solving the problem, that problem is absorbing most of your attention and also most of your energy. You invoke your presence for a few moments, and the rest of the time your attention is on the problem, which generates doubt, fear, and distress, so that in the face of all those problems or conditions that disturb you and even terrify you, calm yourself. And when you start feeling calm, then say, "Beloved presence of God I am, I invoke the law of forgiveness for these mistakes. Assume command, resolve these problems, and keep my attention on you until this is finished and accomplished." This is the proper way, which we call application, beloved. What we call the mind's impulse is something tremendous, and yet people know very little about it. You know that a constant drop of water can wear down the hardest rock. The rock seems much harder than the water, right? However, that little water wears down a rock. Nowadays, your destructive mind has exhausted you. It is not because it has power, but because you loosen your attention and feed it with your life, which is energy. Now let us reverse this. Notice I speak for you. You have become part of me while I am telling you these words. Let's reverse this condition and tell appearances, "You have no power. I will not feed you with my life anymore." That point is resolved. Then you say, "Beloved presence I am, I have invoked the law and forgiveness for all my mistakes. Assume command of me and my world. Maintain that dominion and control over my feelings. And I joyfully give obedience to your slightest request. Watch over me so that I obtain that obedience." This way, you place your sensory world under the command of the greatest power in the universe to govern you and make you obey, even when it may not be easy for you to do so. Believe me, beloved, these things are of paramount importance. Do not forget that if you do not obey, you make it impossible for us to help you. Those who listen to me will be a torch before the world. Believe me, nothing has been achieved in humanity without our help. Nothing of importance has been achieved in the world without the assistance of an ascended master. This is why we come to you. Do you imagine that we, up in the heights, even the highest cosmic beings, can forget the earth among shadows? Why has earth been called the dark star? Because of the creations of human discord that become darkness. That is why the messengers insist. Never meditate on darkness. Many ask, what happens when we think about the presence during the night, when we go to bed to sleep? Let me explain. There is a great difference between meditating or consciously contemplating darkness and the natural state of night while sleeping. The conscious and determined action of sitting in the darkness to meditate is your choice. Nature or God has established the condition of night to give human bodies rest and stillness so that the true part of the individual can leave the body, recharge with energy, and return the next day to give the necessary strength and activity to the physical body. Why were night and day established from the beginning? It wasn't always like this. It was because the density in which the human form fell forced the provision of a means for man to obtain stillness, or rather, to be forced to have stillness and rest. There are those who, with their attention on the presence, need little sleep compared to what they needed before. But let me alert you, do not go to extremes. It is better to provide a little more rest than necessary to maintain harmony in the sensory world. These are simple and very practical things. We are giving you the simplest and most practical ways for the use of light and perfection to be transmitted in words. So as we say these simple words, we are doing a much greater work from the inner point of view, and we call attention to it. Accept it as if the work were already done, and you will do a great service to both us and yourselves. Keep the secret between you and your presence. Do not discuss with others what I have said today. Feel it with joy and inner accomplishment as a sacred gift from your presence that cannot be questioned. When you go out into the world, do not let anyone, any place or condition make you waver in this decision. If you can do this, then we can achieve much more for you in the fullness of your beloved I Am presence through the higher mental body of each one. Invoke the presence to assume these activities that I have established today and place the higher mental body on guard over this achievement. I cannot explain the details to you, but I have seen enough and said enough for your attention to have the power to act. We accept the fullness of your action for you. If you give me your attention for a few moments each night before you sleep, I will appreciate it. This will continue expanding the activity so that everyone can fully understand what it means for you and your liberation. These are my words of farewell, precious children of the heart of God. The great flame sustains your perfect work for the children of the earth. Release your power and all that is necessary for control, for perfect activity and all that each one requires. Make these beloveds feel and remember the instruction they once received so they can establish perfection and call the presence to establish itself in their homes. Let this be done in a place where it will not be disturbed, because every time that sustaining flame is there, pouring its radiation, each one of you can do it. Choose your place, consider it as the most sacred, and do not tell anyone but those beings who are in perfect harmony with the idea. Then receive from that flame its great perfection in the fullness of the perfection we have invoked. We are in the joy and the great action of the great silence, and may the fullness of its perfection take care of all things, glorifying each one with the fullness, with the full power of the great I Am presence. May it maintain its dominion until all things of the outer world dissolve and disappear. Then in the fullness give them entirely to eternal liberation. I thank you and want you to know that my love envelops each one of you until the fullness of your victory. Thank you. Number 6, Words of the Beloved Cyclopia, New York City, New York, October 10th, 1937, by order of the Great Cosmic Light. We, who have acted for so long in the great silence, come to offer humanity the assistance it needs today. I believe almost all of you understand that the activity I represent is the all-seeing eye and the ear of God. Those who wish for greater perfection of sight and hearing, or who know others who need that help, direct your attention to those currents. I will pour out my help to you. Remember that you are not limited. You only have that concept. Remember that all the great ones have told you in their recent dictations that this is our opportunity to communicate our desires to you. And those desires are that we act, you and us, at the same time, so that the sensory world and the mental world of humanity can produce perfect results. So be conscious tonight, put the words and we will provide the assistance. Here you have the means by which you can understand your position as key points of the presence. Each one of you is a focus of that presence wherever you move while remaining harmonious. Invoke the activity of your presence, If not, you will corrupt the great perfection that always tries to emerge from you. Today we are going to talk about your great responsibility towards others. If you radiate disharmonious energy towards others, then you are to some extent responsible for the imperfection that governs them. This is one of the reasons why the great beings ask all students to control the impulses of criticism, condemnation, reckless judgment, hatred, mockery, jealousy, resentment, or whatever it may be, because you are responsible. For example, if you see a hint of jealousy in someone and someone else notices it, now there are two or more people sending vibrations towards that individual. Suppose you focus your attention on that trait, and if you start discussing it or commenting on it saying, "What a shame they have that defect," you are sending them your own acceptance and suggestion. Soon you will have accumulated such a quantity of that trait in that individual that it will be very difficult for even the invocation of the presence to remove it. The same happens with any other quality that is observed and commented on in a third party. Remember, the sensory world of humanity is one for the entire earth, and you cannot stray from this truth. Consequently, one and another are responsible for each other. Humanity has not been able to understand this in a fragmented way, but now, knowing this great law, you are even more responsible. The greatest thing on earth is the power of the light in a group of students who have this understanding. If they see someone immersed in a particular difficulty, for example, a feeling of depression, anger, jealousy, hatred, or any of those traits that cut off the light of the presence and the divine activity that should give strength and courage to the individual to help them overcome, humanity has not understood this until now. Therefore, the condemnation that humanity has caused is great. The I Am students are freeing themselves rapidly, and you will soon discover that when you have gained a certain self-control of your sensory world, we will begin to bring you information and understanding from the realms of light. Each time you listen, it will lift you and anchor you more and more in that realm, and it will remain with you forever. It is only the intellect that forgets, the heart never forgets. The all-seeing eye of God within you, within your brain, never forgets. What hinders man is the intellect. Holding incorrect suggestions in the brain structure is what has made it difficult to forget what needs to be forgotten. Today you are beginning to understand how to govern and regulate that. Forget the things you want to forget and remember only what is constructive. I'm sure you will rejoice with me in the expansion of the inner light of each one. I prefer to use the term expansion rather than progress, achievement, or any other terminology. The truth of life is truly in the expansion of light within the heart, in the invocation of the beloved I Am presence. When this light expands enough within the heart, it illuminates the mind and the brain. In other words, it accelerates the vibratory action within the brain until the brain becomes so alert that you will understand almost at the speed of light. This is why the Ascended Masters can provide such enormous service. Now I remember that you haven't been explained how these dictations are given, just in case there are those who are not aware. Let me explain. The words of the one dictating appear as if a flash of light is fired before the physical eyes of those who receive it. There is nothing psychic or spiritualist in this work. Please remember this. This work is completely free of such things and will always remain so. It depends solely on the progress of the vital activity of each human being in the future. After the Great Change, there will be thousands of people in America capable of receiving this process in this way. It leaves no doubt. We dictate the exact words we want to use to communicate our feelings and the meaning of them. No human concept can enter into this way of presenting our desires and our information to you. I ask all students and group leaders to explain what has been said to their people so they do not misunderstand, as it has been spread that this work is psychic, which is not true. It has never been and will never be. If it were, it could not have achieved the expansion that it possesses. The aforementioned psychic or astral world exists from the Earth's surface up to approximately 7,000 feet above it. Within that octave is contained all the human discord that has been generated on Earth by humanity in the thousands of centuries that people have lived on this globe. And everyone must understand that humans have lived on this Earth for more than 4 million years. The first golden ages were magnificent because there was no imperfection. As humanity began to appropriate the power of the presence, turning the thought inward and downward into the human being, the density surrounding them began to form, enclosing them. Notice the expression enclosing. It enclosed them in their bodies. The light that previously made those same bodies luminous was gone. Before this density appeared, there was a visible radiant light around the human body, extending as far as the arms could reach on either side. In those times, no one could practice any kind of deception or falsehood, as the color of the radiation each person emitted was a signal of their thoughts and feelings. In that radiation was the truth. Today, in the octave of the Ascended Masters, they communicate over great distances by bursts of light with each other. They converse much more through radiation than by spoken words. Such is the providence or natural state of humanity, but it is now returning to that same ease and perfection. Due to the density of the physical body, life in the outer world has been a tremendous struggle, which was totally unnecessary. The density of the body and the discord occurred when humanity crossed the dividing line. I suppose some of you know the Eastern terminology often used to describe this dividing line as the bridge of light. This symbolism is often used by advanced Easterners. Today you have full knowledge of that bridge and how to cross it, not in the expressions or terminology you do not understand, but in the knowledge of your own I Am presence. The bridge has already been opened before you to cross at any time, in all moments, and enter the octave of light where you will receive the glory that belongs to you. More or less, 75% of the I Am students, under the radiation of Saint-Germain, enter the octave of light every night while their bodies sleep. They receive the strength, instruction, glory, and blessing that are there. I am referring to those loyal, sincere, and dedicated students. They have not yet retained or brought much of these experiences to their outer memory, but one day they will fully manifest it. How happy they will be when they finish their task of the day, lie down and go to the realms of light. Most would prefer to lay down their bodies and go to the realms of light, but this cannot be done yet, because everyone must rise and move out of the conditions and limitations they have imposed on themselves. You know, my beloved ones, that the only one who can be sunk in limitation is oneself. Let me clarify this a little. In the presence, the position of humanity is that there are more than one person acting around each one, due to those extraterrestrial individuals attracted to Earth who try to attach themselves to incarnate humans. That is why you find yourselves handling more than just your own individual mental activity. However, this should not disturb you. You are simply circulating among things that need to be taken into account. Remember that nothing can become part of your world unless you allow it. How does this happen? Through the power of attention. You must realize that by fixing your attention on something, you invite it into your personal world. This is a great truth that has not been fully understood. However, it will soon be within your comprehension and control. You do not have to accept anything that you do not want, neither by radiation, nor by projected thought, nor by emotion, nor by any other force. You do not have to accept it simply because it has been projected toward you. You hold the center of power within your tube of light, and through the use of the consuming violet flame. All who take advantage of this will find themselves immune to the discord of the outer world. However, one must be firm and unwavering in their feelings. In old metaphysical terminology, it was said that one must not waver in mental consciousness, but I tell you now, your feelings are the most powerful force in your world, and they must be governed and watched over. Remember, I represent the all-seeing eye of God for the earth, so I know what this means. Humanity has spent centuries trying to control its thoughts, but if one does not first control their feelings, it is impossible, because feelings are the dynamo that powers thoughts. Unless this is regulated, thoughts will always express whatever is present in the emotions. Today, we place in your hands the center of your dominion, self-control, and the power of manifestation. In other words, the invocation of the power of the presence to produce perfection in you and in your world. Once again, I implore you, do not give your power to the world of appearances. Let me explain why, as we never leave anything unexplained. All the energy you expend in your activities, in your sensory world and in your thoughts comes from your presence. If it could act alone, it would produce only perfection, continuously sustained. But your power of qualification gives you the authority to change it, to clothe it, so to speak. The remedy for discord is to maintain equanimity and harmony in your feelings. Then, your invocation to the presence will allow that energy to flow with pure power and perfection. This is what is needed today. The key to all manifestation is to understand, not only intellectually but with deep feeling, that all good that emerges and is sent forth comes from your presence. There is no other possible origin. Let us cover a vast subject for a moment. You know that you possess magnificent mechanical perfection, which you experience and enjoy in its nearly unlimited forms and expressions. However, all of this came from the wonderful presence that beats within every human heart. Intelligence, energy, love, wisdom, and power had to come from there to produce it. Doctors, chiropractors, and all fields of effort dedicated to assisting others, all the energy and intelligence they use, come from this magnificent I Am presence. When you understand this, you will see how logical, natural, and practical it is to turn entirely to the presence and allow the greatest power in the universe to flow, to purify, perfect, harmonize, and sustain the temple of God within you. The great chemical laboratories of the outer world produce astonishing things, metals and all kinds of materials that serve humanity. However, within the human form lies the greatest chemical laboratory in the world, and no external scientist has yet been able to replicate it. Do you not see then that by turning to the presence, you can receive all perfection, express it, and manifest it, because it has been drawn to your point of expression and your focus of light? Try to feel for a few moments that, in your consciousness through your physical body, you constitute the highest focus of perfection on earth, the perfection of the universe, which is your presence. Understand that your attention directed toward the presence causes perfection to emerge and be expressed. There is nothing in the world that can limit you, except your own feelings. If you accept this truth now in your feelings, you will see great changes in your world and in the energy accumulations you have invoked. Remember, beloved ones, you can charge the atmosphere around you. We often speak of the reach of your hands, but that is not the limit. You can expand it to 20, 50, or 100 feet around you with ease. Then your radiation wherever you move becomes a magnificent healing presence. The great ones have recently been trying to keep your attention focused on your ability to project the power of the presence to produce health and perfection in your bodies, as this is one of the greatest needs of the present day. As long as you are disturbed by sensations of discomfort throughout the body, you cannot give clear and concentrated attention to the presence, which would bring rapid results. When I speak of constant attention, I do not mean every moment of the day, but that during the time you dedicate to your presence, you must not allow anything to interfere. If you choose to sit for 5 or 10 minutes and give your full attention to your presence, do so, but do not let anything distract you. That is what I mean by constant attention. It must be unwavering while your focus is on the presence so that it can produce the greatest results. Remember one thing: if you take a magnifying glass and focus the light of the sun on something, if you hold it steady, the great I Am presence will quickly act to produce perfection. But if you keep moving the magnifying glass and shifting the focus of light, no special result will occur. This is what happens to humanity today. Because of their apparent inability to concentrate their attention, individuals do not obtain the results they would like or expect. But practice leads to perfection. If you practice music for many years, you will become a professional musician. If you practice focusing on the presence with the same dedication, you will become a perfected being within 10 years. What does this mean? That you will express perfection in music or in whatever you wish to manifest. As you clear away all human concepts standing between you and your presence, everything will become as clear as crystal. Do you know that one student once said that the only thing standing between your heart and your presence is your head? And your head is where the intellect and human concepts operate. When you understand this and say, "Now step aside," and you, my beloved I Am presence, take command and ensure that my heart is the power that acts, obliging the intellect to obey, then all the difficulties in your life will dissolve. Follow me for a few moments in your memory and engrave this truth deeply within you. Let us speak of the ascended masters, because understanding them is the first step toward the fullness of perfection. When you ascend, the purified physical body merges with the higher mental body and then with the electronic body of the presence. You become an ascended being. This is the first step into the fullness of perfection. In other words, the ascended master is the first step out of imperfection, for an ascended master has no imperfection whatsoever. If you understand this clearly, and surely your heart does, you will feel the fullness of this great truth, which will lead you to your own perfection. Remember, every achievement is made through attention to the presence, which allows it to do the work. Light is the father of the universe. It is the only source. Think about it, my beloved ones. Today, in your physical bodies, you have come to know the truth. It's ridiculous that men have been taught that humanity cannot see God and continue living. What absurdity! There are hundreds of students who have already seen their own I Am presence, which is not dense in relation to their world and life. Now you see how close and practical it is. It is one's own life, the stream of life and energy. The purity and perfection that floods your heart is the activity of God. It contains the action of love, wisdom, and power. The threefold flame will become visible to humans. It will be the presence of God manifested in the physical octave. This has always happened in the perfecting activity of every civilization that has come to Earth and must return to it. If humanity has patience until a sufficient number of individuals have been elevated to the point where these things can manifest, they will witness all manifestation. Not only will they see what they have individually been asking for, but they will also witness the great outpouring of cosmic activity physically on Earth. That is the threefold flame. They will also see the insubstantial flame, which this time will be in a consuming yet constructive activity. Before the last fragment of Atlantis collapsed, the consuming activity of the insubstantial flame occurred, and then the comments disappeared from the Earth, and that was a blessing. I'm trying to cover a great extent today due to the necessity of it. Think about it, my beloved ones, and remember the power of your attention. Consider the precious humanity in its lack of understanding. When they go to cemeteries crying, believing their loved ones are there, when in truth they have moved on to the octaves of light. When the lives of these deceased were so steeped in depravity that they could not leave the earth, the ascended masters removed them through the invocation of students. In the case of ordinary lives, the departing soul enters the octave of light immediately upon ceasing to breathe. What do you think? All that energy and sorrow poured onto a piece of land where an unusable garment lies. Oh, my beloved ones, never again allow yourselves to be subjected to such things. The human form from which life has been extracted is no longer yours. It no longer belongs to your loved ones. It is exactly like when you take off a piece of clothing that no longer serves you. The same thing happens with the body, but that does not mean that your loved one is still there in that body. And there is no death. There never has been, and there never will be. Everything is eternal life and energy in expression. Look at the I Am chart. The stream of life is all you will ever need, and it is eternal. It is purity and perfection. Remember that between your I Am presence, which is your electronic body, and your physical body in what is called death, what merges is the higher mental body, which continues the activity of life. The human form that a moment ago contained life and activity no longer does. All faculties, all organs that were active a few moments before death still exist in the body, but the intelligence that operated them has left. The organs are still there, but the body can no longer function. It is the intelligence that has departed. Now consider the stream of energy descending from the presence, passing through the head and anchoring itself in the heart of that human form. There is life, light, substance, intelligence, energy, activity, and provision for everything the body used before it ceased functioning. So remember that this activity is the stream of light and energy. Do you see, then, that it is as if death does not exist? The stream of life, which is light and energy, simply discards the garment that no longer serves it and allows it to disintegrate. That same intelligence and life that left the body will project another body and attempt to perfect another exterior form. Now I think I will also ask a few questions. Why has humanity not understood? Why does humanity accept the opinions of others? Why has it forgotten its origin? When you return to your I Am presence, which is the greatest intelligence in the universe, train yourself as quickly as possible to keep your attention on that presence, with enough effort and determination until the information is revealed to you. I don't like using the term revelation because it is overused. The truth is that the expansion of light in your heart is the activity that illuminates you. Try to feel with me that within that stream of light and energy descending from the presence lies everything you wish to manifest for your use and expression in the physical world. Every form you see in the physical octave has come from the universal light substance. It is substance light. You may challenge me and say, oh, so divinity must be very dense. But that is not the case. The density lies in how humanity perceives it, not in divinity, nor in the intelligent and self-luminous substance. Even if you had a slab of steel 12 or 18 inches thick, light would penetrate through it. Lord Maitreya, Sanat Kumara, Lord Maha, Chohan, and the High Master of Venus dictate these messages. The substance of the building, in what concerns them, disappears above the messenger. It is not truly there. You do not yet see it in the physical sense because, my beloved ones, you are vibrating in the substance you are accustomed to. But in reality, there is nothing between you and me as I dictate this. Light floods from where I am towards the entire auditorium. This is how light penetrates all substance. As far as light and intelligence are concerned, the substance does not matter. Do you understand me, dear hearts? I do not desire much for you, because it will remove from your consciousness the sense of limitation. You are not at all limited in what the presence can do for you when you invoke it. So be very careful. Pay attention to your feelings, so as not to limit the power of the presence, nor its speed or accomplishment. We are pleased because we see your understanding drawing closer and closer to the feeling of these simple yet majestic truths. We want you to definitively understand that by decreeing as you do, you are fulfilling the activity according to the law of life. As you proclaim those decrees, which are commands, life itself orders perfection to be produced. Beloved ones, once you feel the power of a single decree in its full action, you will never again experience another limitation. It is very different when a mere human opinion is clarified. Such a thing has no particular, definite activity. It may interest or impress you for a time, but it does not correspond to any permanent action. But when you pronounce words that contain the truth of life, if you do so with understanding, it is the law of life that sets itself in motion to produce the results expressed in the decree. For this reason, the beloved students of America and the world are rendering a great service to the hosts of light and the masters, an invaluable service. Because this instruction from the ascended masters is what is most needed today. The messengers had enough strength to carry this message of light until there was enough of humanity to absorb it. Then they began to proclaim the decrees that could act upon the mental and sensory world of humanity, setting into motion the great laws of life to produce perfection in the world and in this octave of humanity. It is wonderful that you and beloved humanity are privileged today to enter into this great stream of life, light, substance, energy, and intelligence. It is the greatest power in the universe, and you can use it. Can you conceive of anything more beautiful, anything more useful? It is in fact the only thing that can set humanity free. Your presence projected the pattern of light in which the human structure of each of you is constituted. That is what your presence projected, not the limitations that you express and produce with your power of perception. Pay attention to this. How did it all begin? Your wonderful presence, the origin of your life, gave you every opportunity to be perfect. But the impact of the human world, the physical octave, after 2 or 3 years, began to imprint upon you the manifestations you saw around you, and you became as dense as that which surrounded you. Let me tell you something truly astonishing. If you take a child, the offspring of ordinary parents, and keep that infant within an invisible tube of light where the discordant sensory expressions of the world cannot reach, that child will never know imperfection. The light, its own luminous pattern, would cause its body to retain the self-illumination contained in its pattern of light. This pattern of light is composed of points of light within each cell of the body. In the near future, this truth will be proven to the world. Something is about to be put into use that will provide automatic protection, maintaining its own radiation and proving itself before the world. It is not yet permitted to describe it in detail. Over the past 3 years, some have asked, why don't they provide some proof of these things? The infinite proof is being received by you every day of human life. The problem is that those unfortunate minds refuse to see it. But do not worry, beloved ones. Beyond your own verification, a proof will come to the world that no human mind or concept will be able to deny. By then, those who suffer from intellectual vanity will find their illusions shattered and will humbly enter the presence of the light. It is not just the head with its intellect and human concepts that stands between you and your perfection. Having accepted millions of human opinions and concepts, the intellect has not arrived at the truth. However, if people were to reject human concepts about the things they see around them and obey the guidance of the light in their hearts, they would soon reach the perfection of the light. Without obedience to the light of the heart, they continue to build more and more imperfection, which arises from human concepts and a lack of understanding. Obedience to the light of the heart is all that is needed. You have been informed of everything that has been accomplished in these years. Therefore, you must consider the truth of my words and apply them to your lives. Let me remind you again by pointing to the line. Look at that wonderful current of light directed with all its perfection straight to you. The heart is the anchor for this light in these physical bodies. No one present can deny this. Do you not see, my precious ones, that even intellectually, knowing that presence, just by accepting it, you would be in full possession of this truth for your feelings? Because in that current of light, everything is perfection for you. You are connected to it, therefore you are part of that light. All that remains is to control your own power of qualification and its proper use. To silence or continue the acceptance of discord is to allow the current of light, by its own momentum, to produce health, youth, and perfection in the body. I am looking within you. I must ask your permission, but you cannot prevent me. I must do it, for I see there the full picture of your eternal youth. Right now, I see eternal youth within you. Accept this fully so that I can see it with enough strength to bring it forth into manifestation. Let me induce you to feel eternal youth, acting with full power so that you can speak and sing with the voice of your I Am presence, never again interrupted by anything else. Let me tell you something else. Feel it. Do you understand, my beloved ones, the power contained in your voices? There are certain low vibratory tones in your voices that will produce tremendous results. It won't be long before Sayor will refer to these things. We cannot proceed further until you master your feelings. Then we will be able to give you everything your hearts desire. But first, you must understand your own beloved I Am presence, its unlimited power, and your own self-mastery. Then you will see the heavens open without limits and pour out this magnificent information about all the forces of life. Then you will have forgotten discord, and by entering the great current of perfection, you will see how great this truth is. I'm looking at the individuals here today, many of them earnest and sincere students from New York, Boston, and other places. I see the presence of eternal youth ready to break its bonds and manifest outwardly in each one. Oh, dear students, do not allow the appearance of years to affect you, for that appearance pertains only to the physical body. It cannot remain there for long. If only you could feel your own dominion, you would begin to embody and assume the perfection of your pattern of light. We are going to bring this understanding of the great truth to the youth of America, so that they may stop accepting the appearance of aging once and for all. There are thousands of elderly people in America today who are going to erase the appearance of age from their bodies. I beg you to accept this so that you may do your perfect work. We are not performing anything phenomenal in this great expansion of light, but we are keeping everything ready, building a foundation that humanity will not be able to dismantle. We could do many astonishing things for certain individuals, but we prefer to establish a foundation for all of humanity. Each of you who stands firmly on the rock of the I Am presence will find your perfection, your eternal dominion within you. And this is what we want you to feel, the full power and authority that belongs to you. Are you surprised that the great ones repeat these words to you so often? It is because you are the ones who decree how the energy you invoke into your presence should act. That is why you are the authority, because you alone can determine how this will be. We wish to do wonderful things for you, but we cannot do so unless we are invoked. We always know the motive behind an invocation. If you wish to be beautiful out of vanity, we will not assist you. But if you desire to manifest beauty as an example of perfection, then all assistance will be given to you. Oh yes, there is nothing wrong with being beautiful. This is how it should be, including for the gentleman. Oh, my beloved ones, what a glorious thing it will be when men and women begin to express the beauty and truth of life. But what happens today? When someone is extraordinarily beautiful, many are so unfortunate as to make unkind remarks. When you see a young woman or man who is extraordinarily beautiful, be very careful, because you will not be able to manifest beauty while criticizing those who are. Do not allow a single feeling or thought of criticism to pass through you towards someone who is truly beautiful in physical form. In English, there is a saying that physical beauty is only skin deep, but be very careful. I will tell you why this is false. The sensory world is what produces the beauty of the body. If there is not enough beauty in the feelings, beauty will not be able to manifest in the flesh. See how this old saying is incorrect? You must never judge, my beloved ones. Get into the habit of not judging, and you will quickly be liberated. Do not judge anyone, and when you produce perfection within yourselves, no one will be able to judge you. If they do, they will not be able to attain it themselves. I feel very close to you tonight. I will tell you, those of you who condemn others will almost certainly be condemned in return. When you criticize, what you are doing is accumulating that quality in your own world. If you do not use the violet consuming flame enough, you will also manifest this in your life. Do not forget that if you condemn the beauty of others, you will not be able to acquire it yourself. The law is such that you cannot apply it to yourself because you have been working against it. Do you not see how every particle, every law in the life current that beats in your heart is absolutely perfect? Oh, my beloved ones, how astonishing this is. I rejoice in this opportunity to pour my radiation upon you as you listen to my words. These words are very simple, yet the radiation I send to bless you is far more powerful. Try to feel it and know that nothing can interfere between you and your presence, not even the perfection that you invoke from your presence. One more thing I want to tell you. While you are invoking the perfection of your I Am presence, we are doing something for you that we cannot explain. But please accept everything we wish to do for you. We are using every known means to accelerate the perfection of those blessed ones who give their firm and sincere attention to their presence. And I tell you, there are no limits to what we can do, as you have such determined and sincere dedication. So, accept it today, and let the great power continue to expand in its perfect activity within you. Oh, this precious youth, how I long to take you by the hand and charge your sensory world with such power that no discord can ever act again. Simply let this continue to produce beauty, perfection, and gods upon the earth. Not only will gods be produced among men, but gods in the fullness of their perfection will once again walk and speak with men. Thank you very much. Number 7. Words of the Silent Watcher, New York City, New York, October 12, 1900. Today there is great rejoicing, beloved disciples of New York, America, and students of the light. The great cosmic light begins to dominate the earth. In my capacity as the silent watcher of the world, I have seen energy and activity burst forth, and to what degree humanity is responding. Then came that day when the blessed ascended Saint Germain decided of his own accord to try once more and bring light to the world. In this effort, he demonstrated his great wisdom. Today, a great number of people have made it possible through their invocations to the mighty I Am presence, for enough cosmic light to emerge and take action, not only to sustain what Saint Germain had planned to accomplish for America for over 200 years, but to achieve much more than he had expected. In this outpouring of great cosmic light, no one, not even I, expected the permanent current to begin so quickly. I tell this to sincere students of the light, to encourage them because the achievement is so great that no serious student should ever again feel that they have not accomplished what they had wished to do. Beloved ones, you have achieved far more than we dare to mention to you, and I want you to have the greatest possible confidence. Keep moving forward in your wonderful calls, and do not allow the human part of yourselves or anyone else to interfere in the process or the expansion within the light of your hearts. This must happen as soon as it is invoked, because remember, this light, when called forth, knows neither resistance nor interference. It is the power of the universe, and all human discord dissolves before it. There is no doubt about this. If you are just a little more patient, you will see the power of this light as the dissolving process of humanity's discordant creation begins to manifest on earth. There is no power that can interfere with this light, neither in you individually, nor collectively, nor in your nation. There is no human creation that has the power to interfere. The warrior entity of the world. You may not be familiar with this term, but it is composed of humanity's destructive creations, and they are numerous. Let us take one as an example. The greatest of the destructive creations is the warrior entity. This is a form created, dear listeners, that attracts to itself the destructive qualities of war. When humanity becomes too discordant, it fixes itself upon one or more prominent individuals and instigates war, pushing one nation against another without reason. In all the wars that have taken place on the face of the earth, I have seen them all, there has never been a reasonable cause for even a single one. Any excuse was used to incite human beings against one another under some pretext, generally for commercial reasons. As the silent watcher of the earth, seeing disasters and hearing the invocations that reach God from millions of humans, I was bound to know all that caused wars. However, due to man's free will, I could not interfere. The cry of humanity has been rising for so long, and now the explanation can finally be given. Most did not believe in the existence of the ascended masters. However, many of you in our octaves of light have invoked the powers of the great central sun, requesting that the power of the cosmic light be released to prevent humanity from destroying itself. You will understand the following point very well. No human being can be denied understanding when they sincerely ask with the feeling of their heart. This will explain many things that most students have not understood, and will tell you why many people on the path of light, after experiencing failure and disappointment, have turned away from the path, becoming what the outer world calls black magicians. Humanity's free will cannot be restricted because man has the right to choose how to use the energy that flows from his own presence through his body. It is always flowing. Only a fragment is invoked, but even that is enough to cause great harm and tremendous destruction. So when the ascended masters made the invocation to the great beings who govern the outpouring of energy and light for the earth, the great ones responded. They saw that Saint-Germain had achieved the victory of drawing the attention of some humans, through whom he could amplify the activity until the cosmic light could enter into action and produce the necessary results. That has now begun. You will see astonishing things occur in the human sense. Beloved people of the earth, how I wish that every human being on the face of the earth could hear these words of mine. Though we are projecting them into the mental and sensory world, I still wish that you could hear them and be conscious of them as you are now. The discordant qualities and destructive creations of humanity will no longer delay the progress and freedom of the earth. Humanity itself has hindered it for countless centuries, and in its indescribable discord, even the earthly atmosphere became so filled with destructive creations that poor humanity could hardly understand what was happening. Look around you today. You see many wonderful beings, but when something slightly out of the ordinary happens, you become so confused that you don't know what to do. This is due to the atmospheric condition of the earth. But don't worry, this great cosmic light is being discharged into the earth's atmosphere with great speed, and hundreds of thousands of disembodied entities bound to the earth for years and centuries are being removed. These entities have troubled humanity in every conceivable way. If you could see what has been done for your beloved city, you would rejoice as never before in all your lives for the freedom and blessings that are arriving so quickly to humanity. Many of the beloved students of Saint-Germain are already feeling great relief, immense happiness, and the fastest and greatest response to their decrees and desires, which are being fulfilled. Go on, and go on, beloved ones. Do not waver in your invocations to the presence, remembering that its law is all-powerful. You are the victory of the light by accepting or invoking your presence. We have seen the number of letters that reach the messengers with intense pleas for liberation. Thousands and thousands of those requests are being answered, some instantly, according to the individual's ability to quiet their humanity and allow the power to flow and do its perfect work. O precious source of the earth, once you understand and acknowledge the individualized I Am presence above you, whose ray of light and energy pulses in your hearts as seen in the chart, you will feel and definitively know that there is no power in the universe that can ever interfere, delay, limit, sicken, or bring you sorrow. There is no power in the universe that can bind you. Feel this, beloved students. Simply allow the great power of your presence to flow through you, washing away, dissolving, and consuming all discord from the human form, replacing every imperfection with the limitless energy and self-luminous intelligent substance. As the light expands in your hearts, it will illuminate the mind, and the density within the brain structure will steadily and securely dissolve until you become alert and aware of these finer vibrations that touch you. These are the dictates of the presence that will guide you unfailingly in every movement of the day. As you come to perceive the presence gives you life. It is all-powerful and omniscient. Learn to quiet yourself, for in your firm, calm, and determined invocation, a greater volume and intensification of energy will first flow through you, to your heart, then to your brain, and you will clearly feel its guidance on what you should do every time you invoke it. Beloved ones, understand the difference between intellectual achievement and intelligence. Intellectuality is the accumulation of information you gather from the world of appearances, simply one human being's opinion imposed upon another. Intelligence comes from the I Am presence, which gives life, and everything that comes from that presence is always correct. It never makes a mistake. Some human beings, upon suddenly entering the light, sometimes confuse their own human desires with the dictates of the presence. But this is not the presence's fault. As one learns to be vigilant against accepting everything that comes, to ensure it is indeed the presence directing them, they will have clear and definite direction. Every human being on earth will know exactly what they must do, as happens with many beloved students today. A gentleman we know here in this city clearly and definitively knows the activity of his day within an hour after waking up in the morning. Everyone could do this if they desired. Your higher mental body is as tangible in its own octave as your physical body is here. It remains between the presence and the human form. The higher mental body is the selective, discerning intelligence. It is through this higher mental body that the presence answers your invocations, for the higher mental body knows the perfection of the presence, and also knows your imperfections, your trials, and your struggles. It knows exactly what to release in response to your invocation to grant you happiness, provision, and health. It is omnipotent, but if there is a feeling of doubt or hesitation within your consciousness, you will not have the immediate result you would achieve if you had a complete sense of acceptance. Your sensory world, my beloved, is your dynamo. Your thought is not just a small part of it. If the decision had to fall between thought and feeling, feeling would win every time, because that is where the power comes from. When man engages in destructive activities, he only has access to the energy he has accumulated in his sensory world, which spatially extends as far as his hands and a little more. That is, the energy he has accumulated is all the energy he has available for use. When that runs out, he can no longer continue. Another condition that has prevailed in the world until recently is disembodied entities that die suddenly with very destructive qualities. These stimulate individuals and drive them for a time with their added energy, forcing them to obey their command. A great relief has been brought to humanity by the invocations of I Am students, which have removed disembodied entities from the earth. This has prevented hundreds of suicides, and it has only just begun, my beloved. When the invocation is made for all these entities to be taken away, the results manifest instantly. There is no doubt that disembodied entities were causing difficulties and limitations in those individuals. Thousands upon thousands of these entities have been removed. Well, there is the law explained. If anyone wants to take advantage of it, I would like you all to know that in the understanding of the ascended masters regarding the great law of life, which is your life, the outer world has no authority. There are many human opinions, but this does not mean that they are correct. The only ones who know the solution to life are the ascended masters who have lived among humanity and through their invocations have freed themselves from the limitations of earth. Today they are ascended beings in the great plan of life, completely free. They have taken every step that you must take and know all the requirements. Therefore they are the only ones who can give you the truth of life. This has already been accomplished in the books of Saint Shane, which are for your use. So, take advantage of this great truth that is before you. We cannot force you to accept it, but the messengers offer it to you with great love and kindness. Do you know that in the case of a young man who tried to disturb the messengers in Boston, one of these good messengers saved his life? Such is the great love of their consciousness. Thousands of times, the messengers have extracted destructive properties from students and other individuals within their own bodies, dissolving them there to protect them from discord. And that is what is called divine love. I want the people of New York to know that the messengers never send a destructive thought or feeling, no matter what the gossipers say. They are brave, strong, and firm, but they never condemn or judge. They constantly call upon the power of the flame of the presence, I am, in each student, humanity, and the world, urging it to take command over the mind and body, producing perfection and maintaining dominion for all. They bless the police officers, the government and its people, the industries, those who provide for humanity, transportation, especially air transportation, which humanity needs so much. Their only thought or feeling is to bless these great activities. They bless teachers, firefighters, and all public servants. The messengers bless without ceasing. If humanity could attend the class, they would understand the love, blessing, and power of light that is given in these classes by the messengers. Thousands upon thousands would attain their liberation if they did so. No one is obliged to attend, but thousands could do so and harmonize themselves with the liberation found in the teachings of Saint Chohan. So I tell you, beloved ones, the hour of your freedom is here if you wish to accept this understanding and practice it. It does not apply itself, but if you are willing, you can apply it with infinite power, freedom and glory, and bring to yourselves everything your hearts desire. I will tell you this tonight because, in the last 2 months, the calls to the messengers for individual assistance have been so numerous. Beloved students, you who are here tonight, look at the chart. It is absolutely accurate according to your position before your own presence, I am. However, your higher mental body, which is between your head and the I am, does not appear in the chart. The presence is your life, and it beats in every human heart in this room, that is, in the heart of every person in the world. Those who do not accept this truth will descend into their limitations in the coming years. I am not speaking just to be heard. I am offering my assistance for your blessing, precious ones, and for the freedom of the people of America, Europe, and the East. They are in such a state that unless a great cosmic miracle happens, there is little hope. But America, which remains free in the invocation of its humanity, will remain free. Without the light of America, the world, the earth, would be lost. Do you know, my beloved ones, that if the third episode in Washington's vision had not taken place in America, the world, the earth, would be lost? Do you know, my beloved ones, that if the third episode in Washington's vision were to take place in America, there would not be enough people left on earth to form a small city? You are facing conditions today, beloved people of earth, that demand more assistance and human activities, and the people must be saved. The messenger has told you about his experience in the Grand Teton, where he activated the great cosmic screen to show you the future of America, and indeed, it indicated the victory of the light in America. I tell you tonight that the outlook is highly promising. With all the power of my activity in the octave of light, I will act in the sensory and mental world of humanity to shake it and bring it to this understanding of the beloved presence. The greatest possible number must be reached. More are needed to achieve and maintain balance. But in this service, I hope to see many wonderful things happen for the protection and blessing of humanity. I ask all students of America and the world not to falter for even an hour in your invocations to the presence. I do not mean that you should become excited or frantic. You know what a serene but firm invocation to your presence is like. It will release such power that you cannot even imagine it. Remember that this power is invincible in you, in the cosmic light and in the world. Only when you see the great invisible activity reach a certain point will you begin to realize its manifestation in the physical world. Before it can manifest, it must dissolve or consume the discordant things that have prevented this manifestation of perfection. For centuries, humanity has lived through hundreds of thousands of incarnations like this one. So, what has gone wrong? The great simple truth is that individual attention has not been placed on the great presence I am that beats in every heart. Without it, I tell you, there is no hope for the human being on earth. There is no stability, no anchoring anywhere. This is the condition that exists in the vast majority of humanity today. Through sexual depravity, misuse and waste of energy, through anger, hatred, and the misuse of sex, vital energy has been separated from humanity. Individuals cannot recover it. Only those who understand their own presence, I am, can regain the lost energy. But they cannot recover it if they continue in their old ways. That is what happens to people who act that way. Many do not resist the suggestions of the masses. They believe they can continue with old sexual habits. I repeat, it is not possible. If they do not conserve the energy that is life within them for constructive activities, how do they imagine they can achieve help, relief, and freedom? Beloved people, we are speaking to you with all kindness and love. Many rebel when they are told they must discontinue the waste of vital energy if they want to be helped. Many have believed that they lived only for the pleasure of their existence. Dear students, you are here as beings of light. One day, you will be the triumphant light. When this cosmic light dominates a little more on earth, the wrongful sexual desire will vanish from the face of the earth. All abnormal sexual desire will disappear from the sensory world of humanity. All hatred and selfishness will also disappear from the face of the earth. Men will love one another as they should. There will be no thoughts of criticism, condemnation, or reckless judgment anywhere in the world. Then, the fullness of God's light, the beloved I Am presence, will arise and take command on earth forever. This is the final battle for the earth between light and darkness. As the silent guardian of the earth, I know what I am saying. I lend all the powers of my being to produce the victory of the light in America, in the world, and in all humanity. There is no power in one of my hands alone. Do not misunderstand me. I am not referring to the messenger who repeats my words. I speak of my own hand as the silent guardian. When this power of the cosmic light allows it, it will be released upon the earth, and the power of light, the victory of light, will dissolve all human discord and selfishness on the planet. Beloved students, what a magnificent condition this will be for the earth. Imagine this city, what it will be, pure beauty and perfection, filled with love among humanity, love and kindness toward one another. You will experience a happiness never before dreamed of on this earth. That is what will be. But it can only come when enough of humanity, possessing their individualized I am presence, understands it. They must invoke it with all determination and effort. Beloved people of the earth, if only humanity could understand that, despite all the appearances of the world, these great beings of light are using every means allowed by cosmic law at this moment to give humanity the strength and courage to make the invocation, to release enough light that will allow the ascended masters to do their work. Throughout eternity, humanity will never be able to express enough gratitude and love to Master Saint Germain. His power, strength, courage, and wisdom in bringing light to humanity to this point is the greatest work ever accomplished on the face of the earth. Poor, unfortunate human beings, those who argue the idea that Saint Germain has been placed in a position superior to Jesus. What a foolish thought! Jesus is helping in this work for humanity just as much as Saint Germain and other ascended masters. The gods of the mountains, the god Tabor, Meru, Himalaya, and the guardian of the Swiss Alps are doing tremendous work for humanity. These beings, beloved students, are real, they are tangible. Every ascended master who has achieved their ascension, thus gaining their liberation, is as tangible as any form on earth. Indeed, even more so. Just because human attention has not been called to them in this way does not change the fact or indicate that they do not exist. Dear students, try to contemplate often the three faculties that you constantly use: your attention, your power of qualification, and your physical vision. These faculties would liberate you in such a short time that you would be astonished if only you used them correctly. The power of your attention would free you in no time if only you kept it where it belongs, instead of accepting imperfect and limited appearances. And one cannot truly know something without placing attention on it. Where is your attention? There you are. Where is your attention? That is what you become. Do not lose sight of this, please, if you want to be free. Humanity has been entangled in the activity of imperfection for so long that until individuals turn their faces away from it and toward their presence, allowing its power to dissolve all through the use of the violet consuming flame, and surrounding themselves with the tube of light that makes them invisible and invincible to discord, how could people be free? We know they cannot. We have seen it through the centuries. They have lived through hundreds of incarnations and have not been able to free themselves. Those who give their attention to the presence and invoke it into action with unwavering determination will soon find that it is an inconceivable glory. It is a strength, a courage, and an inner power that is the victory of the light pulsating in their hearts. I tell you, beloved ones, that you cannot force people to listen to you, but wherever there is an opportunity, let each of you try to draw the attention of one or more beings to this light. If you continue in this way, within a year there would be 1 million interested people. It would be so easy to interest millions in America, and then all problems would end. I tell you, nothing in life is as important as getting these books to as many human beings as possible. Let no one be so foolish as to suppose that this is done with the intention of selling books. God knows that if that were the motivation behind it, it would never have emerged. Humans must be called to their attention to the presence of God pulsating in their hearts. With the explanation of the chart, even children clearly understand the power that grants them their freedom. So if you want to serve, if you want to help win this liberation, do what you can to help spread these books and magazines. Fill the auditoriums where there are messengers. Invoke, decree, O beloved ones. Put all the power of your I Am presence into your secret efforts. Open the way so that this spreads throughout all of America. This is the fastest way to call all humanity's attention to this great presence. Then, direct their attention to these books in which they can study this law, apply it, and free themselves. The messengers can only reach a small part of humanity through these classes, even in your largest auditoriums. This work, my beloved ones, is not something that can be delivered in just a few days or in 1 or 2 lectures. Even in a 10-day course, only a small part of the teaching can be covered. However, enough can be given for humanity to understand the power of the presence, apply it, and free themselves. That is why Saint Germain has not given deeper activities on the law of life, something he could easily do, because humanity's attention must remain focused on the great I Am presence until their invocations are sufficient to place America in a position of safety. Then the rest can be taught, but not until the first step is achieved. We are filled with great love and deep gratitude for all that each of the American students accomplishes through their invocations and sincere efforts. Oh, how profound this gratitude is to each group leader in America and around the world for the courage and strength to carry the message to the best of their abilities. May more and more human attention be drawn to the great presence, from which the power and liberation of the light emanate. I want to add my power and speed to the invocation that began tonight. The limitless legions of light now cover the face of the earth, and all human darkness disappears. What a great thing this is. Let me tell you that as of today, this great legion of light is being tangibly released, covering the face of the earth. Remember it. Feel it with your whole being. That mighty legion begins its march across the face of the earth, and all human darkness will vanish. We want it to disappear before any destruction reaches America, so that the expansion of this light, freedom, and ascension of thousands in America may progress. Beloved students, allow me to assure you that ascension is as mechanical, natural, and practical as any other thing you do in the outer world. Only because humanity has not understood it has it been considered something incredible and impossible. There are people who mock and say, "Aha, what nonsense this ascension," and they ask, why aren't more I Am students ascending? It is better for them not to concern themselves with what does not concern them. In this short time, there have been 3 ascensions. That is how the proof of this great activity began, and the fact that ignorant individuals refuse to accept it does not alter the truth. This good brother has witnessed 3 ascensions, and through his body assisted in 1. Precious ones, I tell you that due to human stubbornness, which refuses to believe in these things, people remain in ignorance and stay there. Again, I tell you, spread this word everywhere. Humanity is no longer dealing with human beings. It is dealing with the power of cosmic light, the cosmic beings, the ascended masters, the Legion of Light, and its great director. Therefore, humanity can no longer be bound by discord. It is engaging with the powers of light, not merely with a messenger or a group leader. Let everyone understand this. There have been individuals who thought that if they could destroy the messengers, they could stop the expansion of this light. I tell you, it is too late. This light will move forward, whether or not there are messengers. They have done their work here and fulfilled it well. They have demonstrated the courage, strength, and power of an entire regiment in sustaining this light without fear. Our love and devotion will envelop them forever. Remember that the opportunity of all the lives you have lived stands before you now. Choose and use the great light and the presence, and you will be free. Refuse it. The responsibility of that choice is yours. Remember, beloved ones, that we cannot force anyone. We are offering the truth of life, and you are free to accept or reject it. But I tell anyone who rejects it that one day they will know it was the truth. Only by then it will be too late. Oh, how they will wish and regret that they had accepted it when it was offered to them with such love and kindness. At times, the messengers have been criticized for their firmness in keeping this light free from all contamination. But you are the beneficiaries of this protection because their strength was sufficient to obtain and maintain this clear and pure channel of light. You are the ones receiving the blessing. Beloved people of earth, you will never know the service that has been rendered to you by our blessed lotus. At times, those around her have judged that she was unnecessarily firm. But one day, you will know what this has meant for you. Our hearts rejoice to see the infinite love that has been poured upon these 2 messengers by students from all over the world. This has never happened before. Such love reaches more than 400,000 people because so many have the books and magazines without ever having attended the classes. Yet their love continues to pour forth. Dozens of letters arrive daily from people who have never attended a class. That is why I give thanks to the beloved students of the entire world. Remember that today's effort is nothing compared to the first year when this work began. Back then, they had to tear down the human walls of doubt, fear, criticism, condemnation, and hatred. Those walls fell each time, and our eternal love, blessing, and gratitude flowed toward those messengers. Today, there are thousands in America who are strong and steadfast in their invocation and use of the light. To you who have read the books, I cannot help but call your attention tonight to those blessed children, Rex, Bob, Nada, and Pearl. Not long ago, they were in physical bodies like you. Today, they are beings of light and freedom, wielding the power of luminous rays in a way that delights the ascended masters. These beings were here in our America and were also liberated. Likewise, Mr. and Mrs. Rayborn and their son, Arizona, have ascended. These beings, not long ago, were in bodies of limitation. I tell you, if you need financial help, your presence is the treasure of the universe and will release and bring to you what you require. Do not give up or yield to appearances simply because you have done so in the past. Stand firm and unyielding. Continue invoking your presence into action. Keep calling forth your provision. And if you need money, say, "Beloved, I am presence, I need money. Release it into my hands for my use by the power of divine love." Be firm and receptive to any indication you receive, as it will guide you to do whatever is necessary to assist in that release. Every person who has clung to the presence with unwavering determination has obtained results. No human force on earth can prevent those results from manifesting if one remains firm and unshakable and does not continue crying over appearances, claiming, "My decree did not work." All these things are nothing more than human suggestions designed to make you waver and become discouraged. I ask you, do not let this happen. Your presence is the power of the universe. There is nothing in human creation that can stop its power if you remain steadfast and continue invoking it. You do not rely solely on your invocation. You have enormous assistance, more than ever before in the world. Therefore, I tell you, do not hesitate. Do not yield again to worldly appearances just because they frightened you before. They do not have to do so again. The great intelligence, the great presence, the great power is the power of light, which will never abandon you. You have abandoned it many times, but it has never abandoned you. When you come to understand that your steadfast determination compels the presence to release, you will stand stronger and more resolute than ever in your invocation. I give you my heartfelt thanks for this opportunity to speak to you. May you feel the great truth in the words I have spoken, and may they do for you all that I would love to do. Feel the power, strength, and courage flooding your sensory world and your being with the power they contain. May eternal glory and freedom come quickly to your experience, for they are permanent and eternal. Everything you are gaining these days, you will have forever. It is not something that will be here today and gone tomorrow, as your past experiences have been. It is a great law, the law of being and life, put into action to produce permanent results. In the fullness of the presence of the great cosmic light, I invoke it to return to each of you in its strength, liveliness, activity, and guiding intelligence, to envelop you and lead you quickly to the full awareness of your mastery and freedom. With the power of your invocation, the permanent result comes only through your own dynamic application. Remember that you are the one who decrees how the divine energy of your mighty I Am presence will act in you and your world. Ask your presence to eliminate all incorrect qualifications from your sensory world, to charge it with the perfection of the presence, so that human qualification no longer acts, that it may never again clothe the amazing energy with anything other than perfection. And tonight I invoke the following for you. Beloved I Am presence of each one of these beloved ones, of every I Am student in America and the world, fill their sensory worlds now with the power of your courage, strength, and eternal freedom. Sustain them in your activity and dominion of light until the outer consciousness fully realizes the power of light and its eternal freedom, acting in and through each individual who gives it their attention. Great powers of light fortify humanity, remove all bondage and captivity, bind and take away all discarnate entities from the earthly octave, setting all humanity free forever. May the fullness of each invocation find its immediate mastery. Words of the beloved Asria, Philadelphia, Transylvania, November 1st, 1937, Saint Germain. Beloved children of the light, you are my precious ones, never forget that. I will do everything possible for you. Sometimes, beloved ones, you do not realize how great my love is for you, nor how deep my gratitude is for the wonderful assistance you give me in this work. Do you realize the magnificent help you provide me with your great decrees? If you could understand it, your enthusiasm would know no bounds. Never doubt or feel depressed for a single moment regarding your ability to release the power of your mighty I Am presence when invoked. Tonight, as this great presence radiates its words through the messengers, try to feel and listen so that there will never, even for a moment, be any doubt in your minds about the instant response that the presence gives to each of your invocations. If you take on this awareness and feeling right now, during this dictation, you will feel a greater confidence rising within you, like never before, in your requests. This is what all students need. Even though they have had great success in their decrees and petitions, it is still only a small part of what they can achieve. That is what we want you to feel, the full confidence and power of each request, and you will achieve it at the highest level. Would you like to know something, my beloved ones? I will tell you something confidential. It is delightful to observe the play of your feelings. Yesterday, I enjoyed it immensely. You do not realize that when you are feeling without being fully conscious of it, your feelings act until they build momentum. A great work was done yesterday, and it was wonderful. My beloved ones, it is my great joy to introduce you to the great Asria. The great Asria. In the radiant invocation of the I Am students of America, it is my joy, privilege, and duty to respond to this call. Last night, in your city, another powerful black magician was captured and removed from the Earth's atmosphere. These individuals always have physical bodies that allow them to act within Earth's atmosphere, which is why they operate so powerfully. I would like to inform the world about the sect called Christian Science, that this individual is one of those who have spread so much discord among the members of that church. This is one of the reasons why many from these sects have felt so antagonistic toward our work. There is no reason whatsoever for Christian scientists to oppose this work, yet they have caused great harm by generating destructive feelings among many beautiful people. I am certain that, now that he has been removed from the earthly atmosphere, we will see a great change in the feelings of Christian scientists toward this work. Every teaching that has come to Earth has contained some portion of the truth, but none can contain the whole truth until humanity understands the mighty I Am presence, the individualized presence of God. With this, one reaches the pinnacle of all that an individual can comprehend on Earth, and through the application and invocation of the presence, one can achieve complete liberation, knowing that the I Am presence is what acts, and that invocations simply allow the power, intelligence, and energy of the presence to fulfill in them, until their ascension frees them forever from the wheel of birth, reincarnation, all actions, and all imprisoning forces of Earth. I trust that I am not speaking out of turn with what we are now going to achieve. When I reveal to you the great intensity with which your group has been calling for all black magicians and emissaries to be found, bound, and removed from Earth, I want you to know, tonight I have come to fulfill this request, and humanity is going to experience a blessing, a happiness, and a liberation that it has not known for 450,000 years. Accept this truth within your feelings. That is why these messengers saw entities flying in all directions, because they know that my presence means obligatory obedience to the light. I want you all to be patient when explaining matters regarding these decrees about entities, especially to people from the Orthodox world. You must make them understand that only the greatest of all blessings can come from their use. Your loved ones who have passed on and lived good lives are already in their own octave of light. They do not need assistance at this moment. Those who, for various reasons, have remained bound to the Earth's atmosphere are the ones who do need help. The unfortunate reality is that they are in an environment where nothing good exists. However, if the cause they created was what bound them there, they cannot free themselves without assistance. Take note of this carefully so that you can explain it to others, as it is the greatest relief for humanity to know that when they ask for their loved ones to ascend into the octave of light, nothing imperfect can result from their call. Only the greatest blessing in the world can come from the decree we call the entity decree, because if entities cannot free themselves, then the great divine director, who is the authority for the earth, will give them existence or send the legions of light to extract them, because they cannot achieve it on their own. I mean, the greatest assistance and blessing in the world is given to those who would otherwise have to remain in the tragic atmosphere of human creation. Beloved ones, you do not understand how infinitely happy you are, even when enclosed in a fleshly armor in your current density. You have no idea how great your blessing is, even in the density of your physical bodies, when you move within the conditions that exist from the surface of the earth to a height of approximately 7,000 feet under the present atmospheric conditions. It is a true blessing that humanity is not more sensitive than it already is, for their suffering would be much greater. The Great Law has foreseen certain protection even in that vibratory action. Every time there is a cause imposed by humanity, it always draws from the great realms of light a compensation for that cause, even though humanity alone is responsible for its errors. This is the first time that I have radiated my own words directly to the children of the earth, and it is the beginning of my work that will clarify the atmosphere of the earth for the coming golden age. I would not be surprised to see a great change in Europe in the coming months. I expect it. Although destruction has grown tremendously there, with the light, everything is possible. Would you believe me if I tell you that from the retreat in Arabia, from the City of Gold, from the Great Central Sun, and many other places, radiations could be sent that would instantly end the wars in Europe and the East? You have been calling for it. Continue your calls for Europe. Who knows what could happen, beloved ones? Remember, I do not want you to relax for a moment in your invocations for protection. Do you know that there are hundreds today who call themselves communists and are not truly? These suggestions dominate beings through fear and hatred, and all of this is the work of black magicians. They have done many things to keep humanity's attention fixed on destructive things to bring about its end. But the light knows its own, and although there have been what is called wars between light and darkness many times throughout the centuries, certain things could not occur until the great cosmic wheel continued to turn and reached a certain point. That point has now been reached, and it is the only reason in the world why these great beings have emerged and radiated their words to humanity. One day, beloved ones, the whole earth will rejoice that these books have emerged. The Golden Book of Saint Germain, I Am, the words of the Ascended Masters, and the book that must follow. They bring the assistance of the Ascended Masters to humanity. Nothing in the world has been given before that resembles it, and probably nothing ever will again, because these are the fulfillments of the law. You are truly fortunate to have the privilege of possessing them. If you have not understood this in the past, sit down today, and as you read these books, beloved ones, pray that each word is a crystal cup containing the qualities and life that the Ascended Masters bring to your world. Possessing these books is the greatest privilege humanity has been given on the face of the earth, and how unfortunate is any human being who criticizes these books. The words or explanations given here are the words of the Ascended Masters, the words of the cosmic beings. God protect the poor human who criticizes them, because one day they will know that these words carry the qualities I am mentioning now. They are crystal cups that carry my qualities and blessings into the sensory world of humanity. Beloved ones, when you send blessings to humanity based on the awareness of these words, if you are using my exact words, you will have charged the world with each of my qualities, my power of qualification, and my I Am. Now, do you understand why the messengers have told you that by spreading these decrees among 100,000 of you, each one will receive 100 or 1,000 times the amplification of your own efforts? This is not an imaginary thing. It is a great and real action of the law. At the beginning of this, my work is delightful that it begins in the city where the messengers began. You will see that the great law of life never makes a mistake. Humans who are willingly obedient will make few errors, and soon they will make none. You are so privileged in this matter of decrees, decreeing for you the power, the guidance, and the perfection of your presence. Invoke me, the privilege that you possess, but the light is expanding rapidly within you, and if you think that your happiness is great, what will you think in 2 years? Keep going and gain full confidence as the messengers have done, through the practice of application, and then make the great decree, Magnificent Presence I Am, take command, place your perfection here, and maintain your dominion. You will see that it will be fulfilled immediately. Can you imagine greater happiness for humanity? You who have acquired these limitations, these disturbances and discord, can be the means to free yourselves again and enter the great perfection that once was yours. There is no one who is made under this radiation who has not known this law before, and who has not known great perfection. And if you ask, well, if that's the case, how could I have gotten involved in this? It is because you turned your back on your beloved I Am presence. Well, it's no use crying over it now. That's what you did. Now you must be happy knowing that you are returning home quickly. You remember the difference in transportation speed between the car, the horse, and the airplane. With the same comparison of speed, you are returning to the house of God, your beloved I Am presence. It is the most amazing and wonderful thing that ever happened to humanity. Since I knew that I would have the privilege of assisting the children of the earth in this way, I have observed some of the group activities, and I have felt with all the power of my being the great desire to help humanity to free itself. For a long time I only projected my rays to the earth because at that moment it seemed futile to take any other action, as people were not giving obedience to the light until something else arose to attract their attention back to the origin, to the beloved I Am presence. Nothing permanent would be achieved. Today I tell you again how fortunate you are, beloved ones. Do not let any outer appearance discourage or divert you. Woe to those unfortunate individuals who try to divert the students of this stream of light. What a pity! If nothing greater ever came for humanity, it is because ascension is humanity's goal, and liberation from all human limitation comes to anyone who recognizes their magna I Am presence. All that is required for sincere application is to maintain harmony in feelings and make the invocation to the presence with determination. This is what allows you to obtain your liberation quickly. Every human being on the face of the earth who remains obedient, harmonious in their feelings, and firm in their application will find everything in their world transformed. To those who are sincere and determined to allow those great currents of energy to dissolve and consume all the discord and disturbances generated, all help will be given. Oh, if humanity could feel the magnificent opportunity it has, by invoking its I Am presence, to use the violet flame of transmutation. Today, without your permission, I have given enormous assistance to all present in the use of the violet flame that was invoked by that. The messenger saw the manifestation quickly. Continue, and you will soon be free from all the limitations that have been placed in your world and in your feelings. Remember, it is not so much, and thus you will feel the great speed of your achievements, remembering that nothing is difficult for your presence. Its light simply enters into action, and everything else disappears. When you entered this room, the lights were off. The room was dark. But when you pressed the button, the light came on. There was no struggle, was there? The light was already there. Ah, you do not understand, beloved. Exactly the same thing happens when you invoke the beloved I Am presence. Its power, intelligence, energy, and light flow into your bodies, even into your atomic structure, in the same way that the light in this room flows when you flip the switch. Do you not see how magnificent and how easy it is to operate these laws of life? It happens that humanity has been taught through ancient hidden means that all of this was very difficult, that they had to endure a long process. This would be true if humanity were the doer, but since humans cannot be the doer, the presence is the power, perfection, and action. Do you not see how wrong the old hidden system was for training limitation within themselves because they did not understand? We should not blame them because the cosmic light did not allow many things to arise until recently, and now they have been released to flood the world. For this reason, some students of the occult feel unhappy with the messengers because they think they are going crazy or violating all boundaries. These individuals do not know the authority that backs them, which is why my joy is so great in making you aware of these things. For when you enter now into the new class, you will feel a magnificent discharge, relief, joy, and confidence in your own invocations. After all, what many of you still lack is faith in your own applications. Through many letters received by the messenger, as Saint Germain informs me, it seems that many lack confidence in themselves. Well, what can be done? But try to feel that your presence is the instant, all-powerful answer to all your calls. Through this feeling, you will soon achieve confidence and the momentum of the greatest discharge. From then on, everything will be easy. Beloved, allow me to recommend that you do not solve your problems by discussing them with your friends. nor in your mind and feelings, no matter how terrible they may seem. Tell them, dissolve, you have no power, and feel it. As you do this, you will feel relief and liberation. It is true, beloved, that your own creations which trouble you have no power. They only have the life and energy you have fed them. Understand this. Your human creation has not even an ounce of power to affect you unless you give it life through the power that is the energy of your attention. Think about this. What do you think? Not even your own creation can touch you if you do not accept it and tell it. You have no power, dissolve. Do you not see that all human creation can be stopped and that it cannot harm you anymore? If you tell the pain or discomfort in your body to be silent, dissolve, you will have released the power you have, and then it will be dissolved by the light of your presence. Ah, if only you would do that, and you can. You must do it because the light within you is expanding to the point where it will force you to do so. Beloved ones, with all the strength of the truth that I am capable of speaking to you, I tell you that if you make the firm decision to use this decree in the name of your beloved essence, the matter is accomplished instantly. Please feel, beloved children of the earth, that our coming to give you this assistance is not something trivial. It is not childish imagination. It is a great discharge of power for the liberation of humanity. Write it down, we say with authority. We are the authority. We are the law. When we say these words, as I told you at the beginning, these words are crystal cups, as tangible as the crystal cup in the hand of the master in the story of Mount Shasta. I want you to feel this because it is the absolute truth. The words of these ascended masters and these cosmic beings are as tangible as that crystal cup, and they carry our qualities to act in your world. Oh, how great your privilege is if you persistently maintain the application and refuse to accept the world of appearances and its supposed power. I assure you that soon you will begin to feel joy, power, and confidence that will lift you above all apparent problems on earth. I tell you, the change that has taken place in your sensory worlds since you entered this room is simply astounding. None of you will ever feel the same. Now, when you leave here, do not let your humanity begin again to embrace the conditions of the outer world. There you must be guardians. You are the guardian of your world, of thought or feeling. Remember that you are the guardian at the door of your feeling. And the very moment any discordant thing tries to express itself in your feeling, tell it to dissolve. You can say it simply in silence, as well as aloud. I don't think you want to say it aloud in the street. Remember, beloved, you are the authority in your worlds. When you use your authority to decree these decrees, you will begin to see the results very quickly. Your confidence and courage will come immediately when the great ones gently guide you on something you must do. Instant obedience to their suggestions will bring such blessings that no one incarnated in human form could imagine. That is why the messengers are absolutely and completely obedient to the slightest indications of the ascended masters who are guiding them. As you remain alert and give full obedience, your world will transform into this glorious atmosphere. I want to tell you that if there are conditions in your homes that you do not agree with, please do not discuss them. This only generates antagonism, which makes everything harder. Instead, invoke your presence and the presence of others in the house where disagreements exist. Ask it to take command, produce perfection, and maintain its dominion. You will see all conditions corrected and straightened out in an instant. It is common for humans, when they see something that needs to be corrected, to jump on the other person and criticize them for not fulfilling their obligations as they should. This is a mistake they always make. That is antagonism, and it asks precisely for what you want to achieve. Simply say, very well, each one has their freedom. Continue quietly with your task, and with great firmness of feeling, think, beloved presence, I am. Those are your children. Everyone has their I am presence. Take command of these minds and bodies, produce your perfection, maintain your dominion, and manifest what is needed for the happiness, freedom, and joy of each one. Now realize what the presence is doing, and do not allow the human part of you to say, wow, this is getting worse. Beloved, these things sound very simple, but they become very powerful through the individual's power of discrimination. These are the small things that humanity constantly forgets, and if they were obeyed, they would soon gain their liberation. You have heard the messengers say that there are no barriers to divine love in the whole universe. Well, do you know what has happened? I will tell you that, only in a year since the great moment when the secrets of the great groups were revealed, have the great cosmic beings been able to come and deliver these speeches. I have come for this very reason, because there are no barriers to the love that has been released in your invocations to the great cosmic beings and to the great origin of your being. For this reason, beloved, let it be released. Discharge your great power of life, your great, great goodness. Let it rise. I implore you, do not have hardened or harsh feelings towards any human being. With harmony, the great power of divine love is discharged, dissolving all fear and hatred, even that which was generated by humanity in the past. Remember that when something urgent needs to be done, that is the moment to quiet yourself and let the great power of divine love of the great I Am presence flood and harmonize your world. So, whatever is asked will be done, whether this is through individuals out there or by your calls to the presence. But if you are irritated, resentful, angry, and upset, your sensory world is so disturbed that the power of the presence and its energy currents cannot go out into the world or do what you ask. Don't you see how easy it is to understand and have everything under your control and dominion if you give attention to those small things in life, to appearances? But the small things that most people despise and think are unimportant are the ones that form mountains of limitation and disaster. Sometimes a word said without intention about another is picked up by a third person who adds a more negative comment. Then it grows, spreads, and increases until it leads to a tragedy. This is how the little things that go unnoticed create a whirlwind. Such are all the little things in life. And in some way, you have allowed all these things to pass through the power of your attention, feeding them with your life to trouble, limit, and disturb you more and more. Are you starting to understand? Every day, that self-control, the dominion and harmony of your feelings, are the open doors to the perfection of the entire universe. Through your feelings, the perfection of the universe will flood and find expression there. It is the law of life. It is a natural law. Accepting and empowering appearances is the reason for all forms of limitation. Think for a moment and try to feel with me all the graphic conditions of appearance that are the creation and accumulation of all humanity. On the other hand, observe your I Am presence, the source of all power, intelligence, and protection. You have accepted the world of appearances as real when it is nothing but a human accumulation, lacking the eternal sustaining power. Meanwhile, above you is the presence of life and eternity, ready to release its authority to charge and fill your world with perfection. Knowing this, if you insist and continue to fill the world of appearances with your life to harm yourself, there will be no one to tell you not to do it. But you know the law. You can change your attention from here to this desk. There is no difference in handling your problems. You can transfer your attention from the world of appearances to your presence, and thus every time the world of appearances becomes too evident, run and return to the arms of your beloved presence, and you will know you are safe. It is so real, so magnificent, beloved ones. Are you feeling it tonight like never before? Because I insist on it. I insist that my feeling enters your world and maintains its dominion there until you achieve the trust and victory of it. This is what I know, and I know that it is in you the joy, the amazing joy of knowing that you are already returning to your liberation. Your great I Am presence, with its arms extended, says to you, "My children, welcome home." With these hands, I stop and seal forever the doors of doubt and fear. Come, my child, enter the light. Enter your glorious home of light that has not been made with hands. Enter now into this world through the I Am door, and then remain in the active presence of light forever. One day we will meet in the great octave of light. You will give me your hands and say, "I remember that night on earth when my liberation came." Once you have felt this liberation, continue in your world and often expand until your full glory fills your being and your world with its magnificent activity and the fullness of its infinite power. Often when I speak these words, I feel them entering and acting in your world. I command that they be forever sustained and active there, giving you the courage, trust, and strength to remain invincible in the light of your I Am presence, until your full power advances, finds its domain and expression in you, and your world is freed from all limitation, giving you your ascension in the light. Enter into your eternal perfection, the elect body of your great I Am presence. Enter into the glory of your palace of light, your home of light. I'm amazed today that some students, who intellectually understand that their presence is real and resides above them, still give in to the world of appearances, and that this world still has the power to impress and even terrorize them. Your presence will always respond to your calls, but if you continue to requalify your responses and your blessings with the fear or terror that comes from the world of appearances, then the process becomes a further limitation that hinders your freedom. Raise your hands to your presence, stand firm and tell the human appearances at this moment, I do not yield a single moment of power to you. You can do whatever you want, but you will not interfere with me. You will not terrify or frighten me with the world of appearances. Beloved presence, I am, take command here. Stop this humanity of mine and let it remain silent. In this way, you will be doing what concerns you with firm determination. Remember these two activities. I am sure that very few have truly understood the following point. I hope to make it very clear and that you keep it in your mind forever. To acquire your dominion is the need for complete cooperation between your feelings and the invocation to the presence. When you have made the invocation to your presence, do not allow your human intellect to emit a single opinion about it. Simply accept the full manifestation of what you have asked. If you take a firm stand on this, when you give the order, you will find no difficulty in your manifestation. In the world, there are millions of students who manifest more and more quickly. We see it all over America. Their manifestations are instantaneous, but I urge all students of America and the world that as you achieve the powers of your presence in action through the physical form, to be on guard so that your humanity does not intervene and tempt you to use these powers recklessly. It is not that the powers of the presence are limited in any way, but your application of powers in the present moment and in the current condition of the world requires a lot of discernment. You may wonder why students are urged so many times on this point. We do not find it appropriate to give you the internal explanation of why we act this way. I believe you have enough confidence in us to expect to see the outer activity when it occurs. We, who have been the initiators of humanity for thousands of centuries, know the exact requirements of each one. And although this is the first time I approach the radiation of students, I say that I rejoice in finding how much purification has already been achieved. There are many things I would like to tell humanity at this moment, for many would gain encouragement and strength from it, but others would consider it dishonesty. Therefore, we must abstain until the moment when all understand, or until groups are formed that are very well prepared to receive this knowledge. I wonder if that will ever happen because of the great cosmic light that is now flooding the earth, as it is becoming, notice this carefully, the great initiator for the earth in the future. Never again will men have to enter retreats because, in the external world of human activity, individuals will gain their initiation and liberation. What you achieve in the outer world today is a greater victory than if you were confined to the retreats of the past. You believe your experiences in the outer world are severe, but they are not compared to those that individuals experienced in the centuries when Germain and others achieved their victory. Sometimes you think the experiences you face are terrifying. They are, but they are only mild compared to those faced by the initiates before and during their victories. But do not be confused. Those initiations were real and very defined. The experiences of the initiates were not imaginary things. Although sometimes they were created and projected to test the student, they were nonetheless real for the individual. Today you are living identical activities because from the sensory and mental world you are receiving all kinds of conceivable things projected toward you. Notice well, beloved, creations of thought and feeling from the accumulation of the human world are constantly in your sensory and mental world. These sometimes affect the individual momentarily. A brother in your city was making wonderful progress. However, at a moment of carelessness he was diverted due to insufficient protection. It seems to me that the great mass of students does not clearly understand this yet. What Germain calls the sinister force is nothing but human creation, your own creation, beloved ones, for having contributed to it. The most powerful activity of discordant creation accumulated by all humanity has been used by individuals who were disappointed on the path of light. Those are the so-called black magicians. You do have the inner strength to win your victories under any condition. In all the initiations of the past, no one had greater forces thrown against them in their trials than this good brother before you, who is receiving the dictation. The black magicians have followed him, trying to find an opportunity to shake him and prevent him from continuing to work. It is more terrible than all the initiations experienced in the retreats. Those in the retreats were fearful. This brother has no fear. This is not to exalt his personal being, but to give you the truth, as today in the expansion of individual light, there is the strength of the presence, which is the power and controlling intelligence that governs the presence. It made him free of fear when he saw and knew that these powerful, destructive individuals were stalking him at all times, whether asleep or awake, to trap him carelessly, in order to cut off his life current and take him out of his body. These are real facts, beloved students, not imaginary things. I am trying to make you see how infinite your protection is through the great attention. It is your directive intelligence, as it gives you the energy of the presence to give you life. Try to feel the full power of your presence to govern your world and produce its perfection within you, as well as to eliminate from the divine deposit of the presence everything you do not require. Do not give in any longer to these appearances. Stay firm, impenetrable, and positive in your invocation. Do not hesitate until your discharge arrives. There is no power in the world that can oppose this light, nor is there anything that tries to. You are the only ones who can oppose yourselves in your mind. For example, if you believe that something, an entity, an appearance, an obligation, a debt, or an appearance of disharmony exists, when in reality you have none, that idea makes you feel that it is real. The time has come, beloved ones, to anchor this truth firmly in your consciousness, and your total achievement will rise like a rocket. Students must understand that they should never give any appearance power with their attention. Cut it off instantly and say to your humanity, "Come here, rise to your presence and stay there. Do not dare to leave." Remember, when any discord acts, that is not the presence, so it only has the power you have given it. The firmness we often mention is the one you must take against discord. This firmness removes the power you have fed to the appearance, and so it cannot touch or harm you. Be firm. Do not give in any longer to those situations that have taken advantage of your life. They have hurt you and limited you. Feel, beloved students, that there is not a single thing in the external world that can touch, affect, limit, or use your energy, except only under the power of your attention. Do you not see that attention is the first step that leads to victory or to the abyss? Do you not see that nothing in the world can act unless your attention allows it to act? Why must you use your life? Oh, what practical laws these are. These great truths of life are elementary, and tonight we are giving them effective use. Oh, beloved children, I want you to know that we also have our broadcasting station. Tonight, beloved Lanto and we, in our inner activity of broadcasting, were sending a power that only we have, with which we perform a wonderful work. When we came to you in these small groups, many thought, "This is something incredible. There is something hidden here, a fragment of what is being achieved in the sensory and mental world." Every time we present and ascend our words before you, they pass through the mental and sensory world like rays everywhere. Remember that the sensory and mental world of humanity is one. The octave of the mental world is one. The octave of the sensory world is one. So, when these great projections are launched, we are pronouncing these truths in the mental and sensory world in the atmosphere. But what we send is like gunpowder in the sensory and mental world, because that's how we qualify it. We qualify it so that it goes out and charges the mental and sensory world of all humanity. One day, when you know what is being done today, you will see how magnificent this activity is. It's not just you, beloved ones, in this room who are receiving the blessing of this light and these great currents that enter your sensory and mental world. Remember that my energy, my light, my qualities that are launched are intelligent. They move through the mental and sensory world, finding their way until they reach anyone who is sufficiently attuned to allow them to act. It is not a casual activity. It is not something that happens by chance. It is the great intelligent direction of light, and those wonderful qualities will one day manifest through these great currents of energy that come into human activity through feeling. At that moment, you will wake up from your long sleep, as many in America already have. Regarding these precious books, I can tell you that today there are thousands of people I could present to you, whose first encounter with these books has sparked a feeling like a bonfire. Since that moment, they have looked at life in a completely new way. By studying those pages, they have found the light. With the diffusion these books and magazines have, the attention of people is kept on the presence, the supreme being of the universe. There is no power that can harm you when you invoke or accept the power of your presence. Humanity will understand the glory of the light tube of your presence around you when you ask it. It is so invincible. Then you will be able to move untouched by the discord around you. However, if you continue to accept that maybe something could pass through your light tube, that is a feeling that forms a channel for it to happen. Repeat with firmness and determination, "Nothing can enter my light tube when I ask my presence to form it around me." I ask all students to please make this firm decision before those affected by entities. You must be firm because that individual, that disembodied entity, is firm. Say with determination, "Not a single time do I allow anyone to touch my mental world or touch me." So stay away. When you set that powerful feeling within you, that entity must leave you. If you invoke the power of your own presence, I am, nothing in the world will have enough power to attach to you, disturb you, or upset you. If something seems to affect you, tell it, "Go away, you have no power." With that firmness and determination, nothing in the world can affect you because the power of your presence is acting. Oh, remember, my precious ones, that when you invoke the power of your presence, it is the one that acts and it knows no resistance or interference. It is the call to this light to enter and descend through your body, producing its effects. Show me something in the world today that has power above the light of God, or of your great I Am presence. Do you realize there is nothing? This is the way you can be brought to a point of security, to have a defined feeling that the power of your presence is the guardian and directing intelligence that nothing in the world can bend. That is why, beloved ones, we say, do not yield a single moment, not a millimeter, to anything but the perfection and power of the presence you desire, and it will produce it. It is bound to do so because it embodies the power of light, and your call is the discharge. If the inhabitants of your city could see this inner activity tonight, they would think a terrible conflagration is occurring in New York. It is true, but that conflagration only destroys and eliminates imperfection within and around human creation. It is tremendously interesting to observe the awakening of humanity and see how many people reach their spiritual home. I also assure you that if each of the 3,000 students of I Am in America and the world made the effort to find a single person who could be interested in the light and bring it, in a few weeks you would have 600,000, and if in turn they did the same. It is not necessary to tell you how quickly the light would multiply. Do you want to know how eager human hearts are for this light? Many of them do not yet know it. Perhaps they cannot see it. But we who can see inside the hearts of humans perceive the need for this light, because the cosmic light is increasing with every slightest effort or feeling toward the light. Do you not see how great the activity is that the word amplification represents? You amplify radio waves, this. Seems like a common thing because you are accustomed to it. But when it comes to amplifying the great radiant powers in the midst of humanity's mental and sensory activity, it becomes something wonderful. That is why we ask you not to be disturbed, discouraged or frightened by any appearance of the outer or sensory world. Do you not see everything that is being achieved and that a vast activity is spreading as the great decrees of these numerous groups emerge? If you were to send a rocket from New York to Chicago, it would not require as much force as when it is sent to London or Paris. The same happens with you. Let's suppose you invoke the power and send it wherever your hands extend in all directions. Your presence is what produces that power. With your invocation, you open the door for it to rise and produce what you need. Your desire would be the charge that contains the rocket and must call on your presence to send it. Now let's assume for a moment that you do not want to send a rocket. The same dynamic power that sent the rocket can be returned to consume all discordant creation that has been emitted into the outer world. Let this energy take command, maintain its dominion, and produce for you without limit anything you need. Do you not see how practical the law, energy, and light are, and how they can produce the results I speak of? The presence does not care in the least what you need, whether it is money, happiness, self-control, clothes, cars, or airplanes. It only releases the power and energy to produce the results in the outer world. Your higher mental body knows everything needed to increase your happiness, self-control, and freedom. That is why, when you affirm or decree, the intelligence working in your higher mental body acts to produce the results. There is nothing in the outer world that can prevent immediate action except for you. Now remember, because my desire is to help you, You are the only one who, through your feelings, can limit yourself. In the entire universe, all the destructive powers that have been created due to the discordant action of human feelings, all the black magicians in the world, and all the needs together have no power when one turns to the presence and accepts its omnipotence to act through and around you. I am not carrying this into the mental and sensory world because some people have filled their consciences with things like entities, appearances, needs, debts, and disharmony. This has resonated so much in their minds that they have disturbed themselves. We want this situation not to be repeated with the students. Keep calm, be firm in the power of your presence, and all perfection will flood you. You will produce perfection. Start now, my beloved ones. As for your health, strength, and energy, do not give in for a moment to any feeling of disturbance. Let me help you against the acceptance of any lack of energy or apparent illness. These conditions arise when your attention has been focused on what is happening. It is very common in conversations to hear someone say, the first time they catch a cold or have a similar ailment, "Oh, I've got pneumonia." At that moment in their sensory world, they are accepting these suggestions. That is why you must be on guard constantly. If, for diplomacy's sake, you have to listen to conversations that offer such suggestions, invoke the presence to act, to guard you, and refuse to accept all human suggestions. The blessed medical world today makes this part of their work, telling humanity according to the diagnosis, you have this or that. If you listen to it, you will produce it. Let's suppose that you have an appearance of this. If you take the opposite condition and say, "Great presence I am, dissolve all, I do not want it," before you know it, the thing will have passed. You are the government of your body and your world. Feel it. No one can win your victory. You must be firm on this point. You want to win your own victory, not let another win it for you. Then, in whatever you need, invoke your presence. Do not give in for a moment to the feeling that your own power is not enough. All of humanity has been taught for centuries to seek external help, when the power that beats in their hearts is infinite, all-powerful, and the perfection of health. It is the perfection of every achievement, no matter what it is. Therefore, live in that power of your life. Feel it deeply. It is the glory of God, your beloved presence. I am in full command, full dominion, full power and action. What distance do you think we are from the Earth's atmosphere while we are speaking here? Do you think you are sitting here in this room? But I tell you, you are far away from the Earth's atmosphere. It seems like a paradox, but one day you will. Understand that it is pure truth. I take this opportunity to extend my love, my greetings and blessings to all the students of Saint-Germain in America and the world. I trust that we will meet again in the glorious victory of the light of your great presence, I am in the future. Remember this night when you were free from the outer world. Remember this knowledge and feeling. Repeat it sincerely. Such is your joy and privilege. Such is my joy. Such is my great desire to help you in everything I can, and to accelerate your liberation and victory in the light. Tonight, from the great octave of light, from where I come, at the request of those who assist me, I have anchored a ray of light from that octave to the city of New York, another in Los Angeles, for future activities to maintain the balance of the East and the West in beloved America. This may seem strange coming from me, but I want to raise it to its full victory, reminding you once again that you are situated between two destructive forces. You are like the filling of a cake, and that cake is the substance of light. Therefore, although you are moving between two destructive forces, within you is the power and light of the universe, which remains within itself, and for your physical bodies, the victory of light. Thank you. Number 10 words from Lord Mahan, New York City, New York, October 10th, 1937. I come to you, beloved disciples of the earth, in the fullness of the light of your own presence I am. You have been mostly privileged, as some of you already know, for having attracted with your diligent invocations the great initiator, Lord Maitreya, the Divine Lord who recently gave his speech. Before continuing with what I hope to do for you today, I want you to understand for your encouragement and strength that much more than a sending of divine love, no matter how sincere and determined it is needed to attract the attention of the great initiator. Know that this had never occurred in the outer world before, and only within the initiated did it happen, for those who were prepared to feel the victory of light. Those who received this honor were kept isolated for many months, and sometimes years from all contact with the outer world before the attention of this great presence was attracted. Just as the work of Saint-Germain is the activity the world needs today, so is my obligation and privilege to support or uphold this work. The various activities of energy currents must go out and do so toward the earth and even nature through my being, as you have heard the messengers express. Do you understand this? The means have been prepared so that I can speak to you in this way. I come to tell you for your encouragement and strength that your victory is certain. With steady steps, the accumulation of human discord is being dissolved from the sensory world of humanity and the Earth's atmosphere. This is happening quickly, dissolving and consuming, according to my observation. It seems that a few are beginning to realize what the consuming activity means for humanity. Let me give you a clearer feeling of what this means for each expression of your activities. What is consumed by your invocations to the presence is erased forever from the earth and from humanity. This had not been done until Saint-Germain advanced his work. Humanity repelled it because the light within it was strengthening, but nothing was consumed because the idea and understanding did not yet exist there. Today, allow me to make this very clear. By entering the conscious path of light, you secure the dominion that is yours, which had not been understood or claimed before. You decree, and by entering the conscious path of light, you are impelled by the virtue of the inner light of your presence to make the conscious application. I firmly ask that you never tire, never lose your enthusiasm for this application, because it means your liberation. There is nothing that can oppose your determination when you remember that every quality that acts constructively in your mental and sensory world is because you have invoked the power of the presence. I want you to know that this has nothing to do with your external being. You must understand that the power you activate through your secrets is infinite, unlimited and almighty in its protective activity. Therefore, you cannot fail in anything when you diligently invoke the presence. Today, the imperative need of humanity and all students, according to my observation, is to feel the action of the infinite power that moves when invoking the presence. Feel that the intelligent substance is discharged, whether it be discordant or tragic in its accumulation. This has nothing to do with the light. This light advances and dissolves everything in front of it. This is why the messengers use and feel the power of the following decree. The unlimited legions of light advance across the face of the earth, and all human darkness disappears. This is literal, physical, practical, and truly certain. Oh, my beloved ones, do you not know that we have waited centuries after centuries for humanity to realize this and be able to make its invocation? You are the authority in your human octave, and this could not be interfered with, even when mistakes were being made. Yet without your invocation we cannot intervene much. I have waited to give this service to the earth, which begins today to act with greater and fuller power. You understand that we move and act together with it through this great cosmic light that is being set into motion for the earth, because the accumulation and discord of human beings have increased to the point where extraordinary measures must be taken to save humanity. Now, you will be able to realize more clearly what this means. In all the past centuries, there have been civilizations in which no more than 25% reached this height of understanding. However, the mass, with its free will, did not want to accept these truths. That is why we simply had to stop acting. Does that not seem incredible? Let me give you an example so you can understand more clearly that even though you have been sustained by the beloved I Am presence, and it is the one that gives you your physical form, humanity could have forgotten it. Isn't that strange? However, the explanation is easy and practical. You are the ones who choose or decide how the energy should be used, but having forgotten its reality, you have dressed in such density that enormous means were needed to break the shell of human accumulation. Today, the wonder of the ages has arisen to bless and free humanity. By keeping your attention on your presence, the origin of all life, power, and energy, you are the most privileged beings. I want you to understand that although enormous assistance is being given to you, that does not relieve you from maintaining great determination and doing your own work to apply the truths you learn. Let no one think they can back down, no matter, dear ones, if you are obtaining full results or not. If your accumulation of discord is greater than the current, then a firm and more determined effort must be made until you break the human resistance. Do not get discouraged because you have not had the results you desire. You cannot know how much your accumulation has been. Therefore, if the application is needed, make it But once you realize intellectually that your presence is above, do not go back to anything less than the glory of its perfection manifested in, through, and around your human form. Such is the glory of your privilege and use of the light, for in the fullness of its power you have your victory. Pay close attention to what I am telling you. You already have your victory. Remember, it is not that you are trying to achieve it, but you already have it. I tell you, accept this, live it, and let it flow with full power into your beings and outward to the world, producing the results you require. Remember, beloved, we must repeat this until each one achieves full conviction. When we invoke the power of your presence to remind you that your power is a self-luminous substance in the universe, oh, beloved, understand this. Do not let the impressions or appearances of the external world make you waver, or doubt your authority or the reality of your divine presence that gives you life. That is you, the only you that has ever existed or will ever exist in the world. That current of life is you. What you see outside is but the form that has accepted limitations and discord. It is not permanent. It is not truth, even when its appearance terrifies humanity. Many times, that appearance could never terrify or limit anyone unless the individual feeds it with their own vital energy current by giving it their attention. That is what gives it the power to limit. You are the authority that dictates in what form this energy will act for you. As long as you allow your human being to accept that limitations may affect you, you will be feeding them with your life. Limitation has no power if you reverse it and tell every discordant thing or every limiting appearance, you have no power. My presence is the infinite power of the universe that maintains this body dot. Then why should I accept limitations that only exist in the human imagination? These are great truths. Humanity can very well understand them. They are simple and uncomplicated, but individuals have decided to live in what they see in the external world. There are thousands, perhaps hundreds of thousands, who have heard of this work, yet the human part of them says, "Prove it to me." My beloved, all the infinite light of the universe cannot demonstrate anything to a being if they do not want to see it. That is a childish folly of the human intellect. The only way a being can obtain proof of anything in the world is to invoke their presence to put it into action. The presence will give them infinite, unlimited proof of what they require through their own being. The only thing that can serve a human being is what lies within their own sphere of action, their own experience. Everything others do may seem beautiful and wonderful to them, but it serves them nothing until they prove it for themselves. This magnificent application has been the means used by all the ascended masters to gain their victories. Here it is before you in their own words. If you accept them and apply them with firm determination and do not accept that any discord can limit you, then you will quickly see the results you desire. You must use the violet consuming flame, as it is the only means by which individuals can free themselves from their own accumulations of human discord. These records cannot be erased unless you invoke your presence, asking it to use the violet consuming flame in, through, and around you. It is the only way you can free yourself from the impact or pressure of your own human creation. Hear what I am going to say, beloved ones. The Divine Director has consumed 2/3 of your human creation to give you greater freedom and strength, so you can consume the rest yourselves. Such vast assistance has never been given before in the history of the earth. Now, beloved ones, take advantage of the activity and assistance that is yours today. This wonder surpasses all words, for you act much more than words these days. The power of the infinite radiation that is rising toward you is irresistible in its all-powerful activity, sweeping in and around each one to free you from all limiting things. Feel it. Feel it. Feel it. Have the opportunity to feel it. Never forget, and allow me to help you intensify the feeling of your glory and freedom as I speak these words. Let the light expand in your hearts and spread through all your human forms, seeing the density of what conceals the glorious, radiant points of light within the cells of your bodies. Let your light rise, and may you be free forever from all kinds of limitation. The time has come for all human limitations on earth to cease. Our joy is great that the cosmic light directed by those great beings from the great central sun toward the earth makes it possible to achieve the things you must. Fix your attention on this great privilege so that you may more quickly realize how great it is, compared to past centuries when those seeking light had to overcome every step of the path with their own efforts. For thousands of years, humanity has sought the retreats of the world. Now I will take this opportunity to bring you the knowledge of what that word retreat means. A retreat does not mean a place in the external world, nor what you know as a retreat. The word retreat means a great focus of light that has been maintained for thousands and thousands of years, such as the Great Teton, the retreat in Arabia, the home of Shenandoah. The activity within these retreats has come to you in the external world. It is wonderful to feel and know that many of the beloved students of Saint-Germain are accepting this in their feelings and are being blessed by this magnificent truth. Today, this privilege is theirs. This light, the light of the world, has begun its journey on earth to liberate humanity. Remember what I am going to tell you. Although I have given large groups of humanity help to consume what hinders their perfecting activity, there is no power on earth or anywhere else, visible or invisible, that can affect or retard such an expansion of the light of your presence, except for you yourselves. If you want to rid yourself of all negative accumulation, focus on your presence and constantly move it into action. That way, you will see the perfection it represents, and little by little you will see that soon no condition of the world affects you or touches you. Thus, you will appreciate that you are gaining your victory. You must understand that this good messenger who brings you this word is bombarded enough to destroy an army, yet it does not touch him. Then you will know that it is more human. The human cannot protect itself, but if it secures the power of its presence each day, achieving its greatest power and authority, it is the invincible protection that surrounds each one. If you do not claim it, how can you make use of it? Continue, continue, continue. Do not falter. Claim the power of your presence that governs your self-control, that fills your mind and body and invades your world, producing harmonizing perfection in your activity and your world. You are the central focus of your world. You cannot know the world of others. You have nothing to do with the world of others. I urge you not to even express an opinion about a third party. You are the only one who needs your attention. Do not have opinions regarding others, for if you do, you will be charging your world with that feeling. The other person has their I am presence. Let it take care of that other, and keep the human mind apart from the individual personality and conditions. If you want to be free, yes, I know that through all the movements and customs humanity has said, how can I rid myself of the habit of criticizing? How can I stop that impulse that wishes to meddle in the affairs of others? Well, it must be done. No one is an exception to the rule, for that is the law of your own life. Feel this deeply. Everything on which you focus your attention, be it a thing, person, condition, or place, everything that gives you a feeling of discord, whether it be resentment, jealousy, hatred, criticism, condemnation, or reckless judgment, whatever it may be, you are calling to your sensory world these qualities. Then you think, what happens to my health? There is only one thing that produces poor health, and that is discord in feelings. Don't you see that if there were no discord in feelings, there would be nothing in which the discord of the external world could anchor and thus affect you? It is simply a law. The moment something stirs you, that something laughs at you and says, aha, I got you. And that is exactly it. You do not realize what it means for your feelings, 10, 15, or 30 minutes of violent discord. It may pass in half an hour, but the effect remains, and the worst part is that it continues affecting you long after you've forgotten about it. Therefore, if you neglect again, it will catch up, because it is your life that has been set in motion. Let no student of I Am ever say to me, I cannot control my feelings. If someone offered you 10,000 for a change, you would behave angelically for a while. Yes, that is the test. Those who do not have much money would do it for the money. Now look at the person who has no shortage of money. The same subtle activity traps them in another angle. No one is immune to the discord of human creation. My precious ones, every human being is the product of the energy of the great I Am presence. The original intention of life was that it should be perfect, beautiful, and wonderful. But humanity reduced the energy, reduced its attention, and entered the earthly density. You must understand we are not pampering anyone's feelings. We give you the truth unadulterated so that you can correct yourselves if you wish. I am saying this with tremendous inner activity because I see the rebellion within you. When the messengers tell you the truth that you must master sexual activity, we have observed rebellion in your feelings when the messengers have referred to the law regarding this. We have observed rebellion in the feelings. Energy cannot be wasted and have liberation. You know it has become a habit, like when you're very hungry. It's a great satisfaction to eat everything you want and much more than you want. All of this is gratification of the senses, which are nothing but activities of human qualification. Remember that I said at the beginning, all energy, even that used by nature, passes through my being, coming from the great octave of light above the physical world. Could it be that someone, just for a momentary action, wants to waste the energy, or what is discharged through me to produce their perfection, wasting it in an unrestrained life, when they could be perfect, free, beautiful, and wonderful quickly? And not only that, but they could reach a point where, with just extending their hands, they could instantly receive what they want to satisfy the exterior. This was the intention for every human, to live like this. And you could do it no matter what your mistakes may have been up until today. If you turn your back, return to the presence, and invoke the law of forgiveness, all that can be quickly dissolved and forgotten. We do not condemn anyone. You are your own condemnation, limiting yourselves as you have done. Don't you see that nothing can condemn you but yourselves? When you find you are making mistakes, please don't condemn yourselves. That would make things worse. But when you clearly see your mistakes, rejoice for having found them, and know the power by which you can free yourselves. That, indeed, is cause for great rejoicing. Just as the messengers have told you, the time to cry is at birth, not at the so-called death. Humanity enters that moment in the experience of life, where the power of light and darkness act. There is no other place where darkness acts except on earth and its atmosphere. The darkness here on earth is discord, and it is what has caused the earth to be called the dark star. This is due to the density of human discord. But the greatest, most beautiful, and most charming incentive for everyone is the great truth and power of the great I Am Presence, which sends the light that illuminates the darkness. Oh, if only humanity would take this, believe it, and feel it. I understand your love for your messengers, and I will tell you one thing that I hope will be for you the victory, strength, courage, and glory. In 3 years, 40% of the destructive, discordant accumulation in America will be dissolved. Please understand how marvelous this work is to all of you who are decreeing treatments. I tell you this because it is the truth, and it is for your strength and courage. You are not acting on something imaginary. You are handling immense light, the light of all life, the light of the universe. Don't you see that every time you invoke eternal truth, you propel the eternal power of that truth to act instantly, and if you command it to sustain itself, it will continue acting in that same invocation. Do you realize how practical these infinite activities are? Now humanity is beginning to understand how practical they are, simple yet powerful and majestic. These activities are within reach of anyone. It is not necessary to be an athlete to invoke the power of your own presence. A child of 4 or 5 years can invoke the light of their presence with immense power, and more easily than adults or novices, because the child's mind is not filled with human limitations. I recommend you try to feel happy and joyful while making these invocations, telling your accumulations, well, although I created you, you have no power anymore. It's over. See the magnificent result that this activity grants. Try to do the same as the messengers. They had to win their victories through powerful dynamic applications. We do not free you from your obligations, despite the great service they were rendering. Germain longed in his heart to give them even a little push, but the law told him, no, you must wait. Today, we and they rejoice greatly in the demand that forced them to make such dynamic invocations that they won their victories. Now they know that human appearances have no power, and are therefore free from them. You have loved your America. You see the magnificent activity that comes forth each day for its protection and the power of the children of light, working in your government's affairs in a way that you wouldn't. Believe. Don't falter, my beloved ones, and with greater joy and intensity continue. I observe that you are using the secrets with magnificent power and dynamism. You have been invoking the blue lightning of divine love, for it is manifesting. I tell you that those secrets are coming forth with the power of blue lightning. Therefore the work is being done more quickly. Do you want me to tell you how quickly? Perhaps I should not say exactly, because our technical friends may think we have contradicted ourselves. It is very amusing, my beloved ones, to see those unfortunate beings who criticize and condemn. Look at this. They do not wish to understand because it might deprive them of the gratification of their feelings. Everyone who has ill will towards the work fears being deprived of their own sexual or sensual gratification. That is why these individuals try to discourage others from learning this truth. How foolish! As if anyone could say to this light, "Prepare yourself. I'm going to have a little more fun today." Today, light says, "Your fun is over. Get in line or I will force you." Isn't this very different? Don't you rejoice with me, with all of us, that the moment of humanity's blessing has arrived? Oh, precious hearts, humanity has never lived through a greater chaos of human creation than 3 years ago. Yet never has greater light been released in any world crisis than the light that has been downloaded. Now you see, beloved ones, how the great law of life, the great I Am presence, watches over and maintains the balancing activity. That's why the messengers continually urge the student, telling them that when invoking all the power of the presence, they must balance that power in the physical octave through self-mastery. But if they do not do it and invoke the great presence to arise, they will be intensifying the wrong desires. That is the law. It is natural, and you cannot remedy it. Therefore, if you maintain your mastery through self-control, the power of your presence, when invoked, will take you more quickly to the greatest freedom contained within it. Beloved ones, when we express our desires to you, our sincere desire to help, we see that among you there are many whose light is great internally, but in their sensory worlds they are not sure, at least not at all times. Sometimes they contact something in the external world and for a moment think, "Could this be true? How can I know?" You know that we have asked the messengers, although they occasionally forget to discard the conditional word yes. Let us add to that, how can it be true? The I Am cannot make guesses. It cannot doubt. Therefore, if that kind of feeling is acting within you, don't you see how easy it is to determine what kind of force is acting? Pay attention, my dear ones, and keep a close watch on this matter, because I tell you that the very moment you allow this limiting consciousness to express itself within you and begin to act in your feelings, something less than the perfection of the presence, you will know it. It is easy to dominate. Dissolve it now. But if you think, well, I will let this run and see if it goes away, then the mind wins within the feelings and becomes difficult to control. If at the moment you feel the slightest disturbance, you immediately tell it, "Wait a minute, you haven't fooled me. You are finished." You will see with joy the victory over all those things. It will be the easiest thing in the world, but don't take it too seriously. You have made many mistakes for a long time. Now rejoice that you know what they are, and that you are the victorious presence that dominates them. You know that we do not consider time. I am so glad that most of you don't tire after 2 or 3 hours of listening to us. Isn't it wonderful to have been able to send a power of love strong enough to make you forget time and space? However, my work is done for today. I thank you for your attention. I thank you for the privilege of being able to do what brings me so much joy. I remind you that in the next class, you will receive a victory that is so certain and joyful that you must be feeling what I am feeling in anticipation of the victory expanding within you. I tell all students of Saint-Germain in all of America and the world that in a few days, the great final outpouring will come to the children of light, having drawn the attention and assistance of the great initiator and myself. This must attract your victory very quickly. I tell every student of the I Am in America and the world to be sincere, and you will find self-mastery much easier. Be on guard against the slightest feeling of discord. Then, in your invocation to the presence, feel, and I want to say that this will be something involuntary, but feel, definitely the success in the invocation. It is there. The victory is in the call. Do you not see this? Because your call asking for perfection is the intelligence, the energy, and the power of the presence. Therefore, the victory is already in the invocation. Does this not make it simpler and closer for you? You have understood that God, or the great presence, I Am, in you is the certain victory. But I tell you that in every invocation you make, there is our victory. How could it be otherwise? So do not allow your humanity to express any opinion. Every time it starts to say something, say, "Get out of there, your day is over." This is the day of the I Am presence and of its victory. My invocation is your victory. Do you not see the wonderful feeling that comes from the fact that in your invocation the victory you are asking for is present? And it is the truth, Accept it and allow its glory to emanate with the infinite light that pulses in your hearts. I encourage you to have more activity, but do not think that you have a sick heart. If your heart beats faster, rejoice. It is due to the very intensified activity of the presence, but it is only momentary. Your heart cannot give you any trouble, for it is the heart of the great I Am presence. We cover you with the great eternal light and its instantaneous and eternal victory. I thank you, thank you. Words of the beloved Master Lanto, addressing the Society staff, August 30th, 1937. Beloved, your efforts have not been in vain. From this memorable experience that will endure through eternity, the fullness of the fulfillment of that great desire lying in your hearts will emerge. It is the creative activity of your I Am presence, acting to manifest the complete achievement of every desire for all constructive things that exist. We want so much for you to understand that there is not a single thing in the entire world desired with great intensity that is not fulfilled by your invocation to the presence. All individuals of humanity have been achieving their desires for centuries, but believed it was by their own human efforts. Today, with this vast understanding expanding within you, you are getting to know the very dynamo and use of your scepter of power through the recognition and petition of all good things and the need to be cleansed of all human creation. The first step to cleanse oneself from human creation is the most difficult activity for most individuals, and you are achieving it with an ease unknown 100 years ago in the history of humanity. I welcome you to our radiation and to the proximity of that which was once your home. You have all come many times to the Great Teton, but the veil of human flesh has prevented, at least largely, you from retaining it in memory. Now we will dissolve the veil that has remained between you and the greatness, magnificence, and splendor that have not been surpassed in almost any other place. The High Master of Venus and his group, who were there on your first visit, are here in Los Angeles to stay until after the Christmas activity. They will pour out their radiation now, and until the end of this class. Try all of you to feel joy, power, and mastery over every condition that confronts you in the upcoming classes, with great calmness and serenity, so that everything remains obedient to the great I Am presence. And make people understand that you are representing the activity of the Ascended Masters. Today, there is a record of each of you engraved in thin sheets of gold. It means something very great. It means that if you wish, you can gain the victory quickly. But it also means that you must maintain firm self-control. This is within the reach of all of you. I ask you to appreciate this experience as a sacred memory with power and strength to sustain it forever. Do not accept in your consciousness, especially in your feelings, the things of the outer world that are projected toward you. When an experience or appearance of discord arises, say with great dignity, "Go away," and it will be done. Then remove the disturbance from your mind so that you can maintain the power and serenity that allows the inner power in each of you to flow and exercise its full dominion, as we desire. If every student had the consciousness of the human obedience we ask for, we could tell you the time and moment when things will happen. Do not worry about your needs. Simply make your request firmly and with determination. We want you to know and feel that our hands are holding yours so firmly that you can often feel the pressure. Sometimes when discord touches your world, take hold of our hands and move forward without fear, for we always walk beside you to protect you. We want to prepare you so that everyone can enter into the greater light of your I Am presence quickly. Once this occurs, nothing from the outer world will ever touch you or your world again. If your joy is great, imagine how much greater ours is, liberated to eternal happiness for those who have wandered for so long in the confusion of human creation. I implore you that each of you be on guard over your sensory world so that at no time will you allow anything to start gaining such momentum that it could give you an appearance of human limitation. You have no power. Remember that it is the power of the light of your presence that speaks. Therefore that light enters into the appearance and knows neither resistance nor interference. You will see how it is dissolved. This is how each human being can positively change or prevent any injustice that may be done to them. If at the slightest sign they invoke their presence to project its great rays of light, to produce divine justice, you see that light is intelligent and self-sustaining substance, and divine justice produces this effect exactly, and nothing can prevent it. Would you be interested to know that I have been watching over you, observing and rejoicing in my heart in a way that you still cannot know, in the fullness of this great infinite feeling. If you decide to go up to the lake in the morning, I will be there with you, not to give you a dictation, but to give you a radiation full of love that I will be very happy to transmit to you. I see that you are now thinking of the reasons why you were compelled to come to this point. It is because it puts you within the direct radiation of the great Teton. Feel its great power flood our being and our world, qualifying and activating us, producing its perfection in you and in your world. I want you to drink fully from this radiation for a few moments. Feel how it charges your minds, bodies, and activities with its expanding, perfecting, and dominating power. Qualify us with its ever-expanding radiation and power, producing perfection and giving you the courage, strength, and help necessary to win your victory more quickly than it might be through other means. My dear ones, you cannot imagine the antiquity of the foundation of the great Teton. I want to help you understand what the management and projection of the rays of light means. In this case, we will use the term projection of the unsustainable eternal flame. Now pay close attention to what I am going to say. The being who came to found this retreat projected the power of the flame and made the entrance passage. Then, he descended through it with the same flame and carved the great hall of audience. That great master had to use rubble because there was nothing else. The flame simply dissolved the matter the solid rock was made of, and thus he built the great hall of audience. Thanks to the power of those rays, he managed to polish the walls better than any human tool could. Today, inside the cave of symbols, the metals and sheets of gold that have been used to engrave the records were prepared. This represents something colossal for the human mind, not only the founding of this great center of light and intelligence, but also the preparation of all these records. I don't know if you have noticed, but all those records were made by hand. This activity has continued for more than 1,000 years. You understand that we use the complete record of anything that was not finished in the external record. We always have the etheric record, which is the counterpart of the external record. The etheric record is always absolutely accurate. From it, we can make these records, and that is why they are precise and reliable. For this reason, in the great wisdom of the ages, everything is known in advance. Every time a cataclysmic condition is going to cause destruction in some of these places, or that we want to allow it, everything there is transferred to a safe place. This is what we did with the Alexandrian Library. We took all the important records before the fire began. Then we went to the Vatican and took what we needed from there. Thanks to that, our records are complete, my dear ones. This is the reason why this knowledge has been able to reach you. This is the root of its unquestionable authenticity and power. Through your own applications, you will be led to liberation and conscious understanding, through which someday you will know for yourselves the truths I speak of. Why do you think certain jewels have been kept in the great Teton for thousands of years? Because there are those who, one day, will need to use them and unleash the power they give to humanity on earth. I hope that many of you will be those people. You see, sometimes, in a happy moment, one speaks the truth in a joke. We love seeing you all happy, our beloved ones. Do you not know that the state of bliss is the only way to discharge the great powers that are now at your command and use? Do not allow anything to disturb you, not even that which is caused by a third party, because it delays your progress. Do not do it. Remain in peace and rest, trusting that the Great Presence will do what is perfect, and as you continue to call it into action, it cannot help but do everything you require. My daughter of old, Lanto, refers to Lanto Requen, the wife of Godfrey. They were both directors of the I Am activity. How clearly and often have you felt your connection to China, which was once so magnificent and whose light was so great? However, today it is so degraded, dominated by its own creation of discord and limitation. Lanto, we cannot help her. Lanto, my daughter. The great cosmic light will soon do its great and perfect work. What can be done is to invoke this cosmic light to perform its perfect work for India and China. The distortion that came to China and India through their priesthood is what caused the deplorable conditions that exist there today. In Tibet, the fanaticism is so great that if it were not for our knowledge of the great cosmic light and its refining and purifying activity, there would be little hope of restoring what was once a great nation. However, all of you will see the change that will occur in the next 100 years, seemingly inconceivable given the current conditions there. As you know, human appearances have no power. Who knows what perfection will reign, and sooner than you think. I ask all of you here to decree with great determination as you have been doing, that all human beings, all human creation, everything that creates discord or disturbance, has no power. Qualify your decree with the power of the cosmic light to act through your decree, so that those destructive qualities no longer have the power to affect humanity. We are very grateful for these great decrees that you are sending out. Just as others have told you, I also say to you today, how little you can imagine about the infinite power these decrees contain. When taken by the Ascended Masters, they continue and expand their power and activity, producing extraordinary results. Now try not to feel human responsibility. Put all the apparent personality in the hands of the great I Am presence, knowing that it is all-powerful to direct, protect, and regulate everything that is required. Remember that it is capable of doing everything that the human outer world cannot. We are sure that Los Angeles will become one of the greatest centers of light in America and the outer world due to the great number of students there. Try all of you to understand that all those little disturbances that try to lodge within you have no power whatsoever. It seems strange to me that students do not understand that the slightest of these disturbances is nothing but the sinister force of human creation, trying to prevent or find excuses to criticize them. I tell you, absolutely ignore all details of gossip from humans, as well as anything less than perfection. Entrust each one to their own presence and deny it. Get used to doing this and you will feel freer. Everyone must organize their own life. Although all possible assistance will be given, each one must take ownership of their own scepter of power and invoke the activity of their presence. Then maintain stability through self-control of the physical octave in benefit of what you are requesting. Because if the individual does not remain serene, the manifestation cannot be presented in perfect form. Mrs. Leato asks, "Can I ask for the projection of the blue lightning in Washington? There were disturbances due to World War II. Lanto responds, "We started doing it, and that's why the High Master of Venus and his assistants have emerged at this moment. Every 12 hours, it will be projected from the Great Teton, this type of insustaining flame. Understand that if we did something too drastic to prevent destruction, certain human factors would be launched into such a fall that it would be very difficult for us to continue doing the rest. Therefore, we must handle people as if they were children, and then be patient. Do not think we have forgotten that you do not achieve your liberation as quickly as you expect, but continue serenely and firmly in your great light and life. As for your physical bodies, beloveds, try to feel that light is intelligent substance, so it works in this way. When you ask your presence to charge the mind and the body with currents of light, feel that this is intelligent and self-luminous substance sweeping through everything and producing its perfection. If there are disturbances in your body, feel the incandescent golden light of the presence flowing through the body, covering every muscle and cell, and all discomfort will immediately calm down. Then feel the light substance penetrating every cell and flowing through the body. Feel how it sweeps away all imperfection from the atomic structure that is your physical body. Beloveds, if you truly receive what you call the strike in that activity, you can remove all imperfections from your body in 2 or 3 minutes. I know that very soon no disturbances will register in your bodies and sensory world. I want to tell you, Donal and Marjorie, addressing the children of Mrs. Leato present at that moment, I believe you didn't hear it when I told the members of the society that it is our hope that by Christmas the rest of your human creation will be dissolved and consumed. We will achieve this by the power of your presence as you invoke it into action. This had never been possible before in Earth's history. This does not mean, my beloveds, that you should stop working with the same strength or firmness, as it is important that after your human accumulation has been dissolved, your world must be purified and cleaned of all discord trying to enter. Because while you are moving, you are doing so in the outer world, and the guard of your own domain will have to be maintained until the day of your ascension. Although your bodies and worlds will be largely purified while you are in the atomic structure, which has, to a certain extent, been responsible for storing discord, you must maintain the guard of protection until your ascension is achieved. Remember that this is the greatest happiness in the world, because if for any reason you do not achieve your ascension in this incarnation, you will do so at the beginning of the next. Beloved, this means the final and complete victory on earth, the end of all incarnation. Could I tell you something that would give you greater strength and courage? Continue, proceed, and advance knowing that failure no longer exists in your vocabulary, just as the sensory world simply means certain victory for all eternity. Feel assured that everything you need from the presence, when invoked into action, will manifest to you. Continue moving forward joyfully, making the invocation for whatever you require, whether it be your airplane or anything else you desire for your use. The presence doesn't care how many things you use, as long as they are used for a good purpose. I want to tell you, and it has been told to you before, one day there will be an airplane flying over the Great Teton and stopping there at the desired time, but it will not have gasoline engines. The beloved Master Donal assured that there are energy currents that surpass all fuel of the outer world, and that have no comparison. All this wonderful perfection is quickly pressing upon the outer world, and as you tune into this great energy current, clear as crystal, it will emerge in its glorious perfection. We hope, and this is not a promise, but we hope that after this work will increase, and that the great cosmic light will begin to dominate more on earth. It will relieve the messengers of the effort of their activity, and many things will come that will greatly rejoice you, beloved students. Know that this glory was real once. The distorted alchemical terms that are repeated today are remnants of ancient achievements. The elixir of life is a real and wonderful fact. It is a liquid that purifies the human form so quickly that it makes every cell shine with its own radiation. Then the brain becomes so clear that the radiation of the presence flows as if through a crystal, revealing words, images, and paintings in their great perfection of all that the heart can desire. Thus, humanity can continue generating forever and without limits. The glory of all that is to come is the magnificence of its wonderful splendor and blessing to humanity. O beloveds, remain firm in a wonderful and serene peace, as well as with a sense of mastery. Be kind and sweet to everyone. If firmness is necessary, do it, but not with harshness. Watch your language, and make it so that it produces happiness, harmony, and perfection for everyone. You will find a current entering your world, and thus you will recognize that all your desires are being fulfilled. Be happy, feel kind, and pour out love, and you will see how quickly the power of great divine love will fill your being. Everything it touches in your world will bow in obedience to your great diffusion of love. This goal you have almost completely achieved. Let your great love continue expanding. You can achieve it as quickly as you desire. Let us give thanks and praise for the opportunity to have you here. Feel how our arms surround you in loving protection, in vigilance and strength. With great firmness, maintain your own harmony and self-mastery. Blessed be Lotto and Betty. We will try to make the work you are about to undertake very easy every day in the intimacy of your rooms. Before beginning the task, say with joy, "Beloved Presence I am, and beloved Lanto, help us to have the mastery, tranquility, and speed we need." Germain and the Divine Director will also give you their assistance. I repeat, do not let any human fragility lead you to say words to each other that might offend the feelings of others or initiate a sense of discord. Always speak to each other with such kindness that a great wave of love fills your world. Make it possible for your presence to emit such a power of love that releases the good things to act in perfect harmony. Well, my beloveds, everything we desired for today has been fulfilled. Feel our love, our blessing, and our presence. And if you decide to return tomorrow morning, know that our presence will be with you. But whether you are here or elsewhere, as long as you maintain harmony, you will always feel our vibration and assistance. You know that there is nothing that makes us as happy as seeing kind and harmonious people in reciprocity, as this forms a clear channel for the flow of the perfectionist activity. This perfectionist activity is of vital importance for the entire world. I give you the love of the great ones from Venus, the Ascended Master Saint Germain, the beloved Master Jesus Nada, the great Divine Director, David, Bob Rex, Perla, and many others in the glorious radiation of the real Teton. I greet you and clothe you with much radiation, charging it so that it may be self-sustaining forever and work around you to perfect you quickly. If you wish to accept my humble efforts, I say until soon. Thank you. Number 12, Words of the Mistress Leato, Pasadena, Chohan, January 17th, 1937. My beloveds of old, we are not strangers as you may think. We have known each other for a long time. The English ancestors and I have known each other very well, and to all whom I have seen before, I continue to love. It has been my privilege to render a service that has lasted for 2 centuries. This night, it is my joy and privilege to give you my radiation as I say these words. The great ascended host of masters is making an effort without any resistance to establish within your feelings, your thoughts, and your world the activity of the ascended master that will bring you more quickly the great results you yearn for. Feel deeply the reality of the great I Am presence that beats in your hearts. You can, through decrees, retain the memory of what happens outside of you. When you go to sleep, first command your consciousness to go to the octave of light of the ascended masters. Secondly, let it preserve the memory and return it when you awaken in the morning. Many of you will find this very possible. It has been my privilege for a long time to give assistance in this form. If you do what I tell you, I will try to provide the help they will give you. Not only will you retain the memory of what you heard and saw in those high octaves where the ascended masters act without the limitations of humans, but you will also feel the courage with which they will fill you, which you will bring to the waking state. This is completely different, my precious ones, from what you try to invoke and generate through conscious activity before your presence. What I mean is that this will sustain and greatly fortify you so that you can achieve your victory through your own applications. All of us who have won victory through a much more difficult period than the one you face today had the assistance of those who preceded us in ascension. We were given strength and courage to remain firm with our great presence without wavering until we began to see our achievement with sufficient fullness. That is how we never lacked courage and strength. These qualities of ascended mastery are very important. As the messenger said a few minutes ago, what humanity needs is encouragement and strength, not kicks and blows, because they have made mistakes. All of humanity has made enough mistakes. From the perspective of the heights, one mistake is the same as any other. It all boils down to the fact that the step was missed, and we didn't get there. Now, in the knowledge of the beloved I Am presence and the great cosmic assistance being given to you, you are acquiring the courage and strength needed to achieve victory. Look at this, my dear ones. We have crossed every stretch of the path you are taking, and we have felt for ourselves each step you must take to achieve this freedom or liberation. Then you will believe me when I tell you that we know very well what you need in the wisdom that Saint Germain has given. This knowledge or teaching is presented in a powerful yet simple and dynamic way, in terminology that everyone can understand. Remember again, my precious ones, that in your application you use the power of the universe, the I Am presence that beats in our hearts, and that it is the power of the universe. When you invoke it into action, there is no resistance or interference. It cannot fail unless you decide that you will obtain the liberation your hearts long for. Allow us to give you our assistance, but it is imperative that you remain harmonized. There is nothing in the world that can deprive you of the perfection of your I Am presence. Only discord can do that. So as we continue, we ask you to master all your feelings and maintain your harmony through self-control. We will give you all the assistance possible to help you achieve your perfection. The day you begin to see the tremendous energy, you will rejoice like never before in the glory of your I Am presence. The great victory is at hand. There are many students who have a natural ability to leave and enter their bodies. Well, please, our precious ones, do not try to do this alone unless you feel completely anchored in your I Am presence. Invoke the ascended masters to surround you with their invisible protection before doing anything in this regard. If you wish to call on me for help, I will gladly give you all the assistance possible, but train this activity in a state of great calm, knowing that your beloved I Am presence is your invisible protection. It is a perfectly natural and very practical thing that humanity has forgotten. Those to whom I have been able to give this assistance have achieved their liberation instantly. Their joy is limitless, just as when they achieved their liberation through their own effort. However, great assistance was given to them. The Lord Dior, who was once the messenger of the Great White Brotherhood, is with me now, as we have worked together for a long time. Tonight, my effort is to make you feel this reality, not only mine, but that of all the ascended masters whose reality is as tangible as yourselves. The more you feel individually, as well as in groups, the more you will feel the blessing and benefit we are sending you. None of you can receive this well if you reject it in thought or feeling, even in the outer world. You cannot receive something if you repel it. Understand, then, that the more this occurs in the emotional and sensory world of humanity, the more something will be repelled. Once you acquire the feeling that the emotional and sensory world is the great reality and what you see in the outer world is merely the effect, then you will begin to attract the intensity of the activity of the ascended masters, or directly from the presence. I cannot tell you too much, my dear ones. It is still necessary that you maintain firmness and security when invoking your I Am presence into action, so that it produces what you decree and desire to obtain in joyful expectation. This is how we follow to achieve ascension. Each and every one of us had to achieve it through this identical application that Saint-Germain has produced for us. I assure you, my precious ones, that there is not a single thing you need for your liberation and ascension that is not in these 3 books. I do not remember if what I am about to tell you has been said before, but I feel free to tell you now. Do you think this I Am instruction has arisen without premeditation and preparation? I do not think you can believe that, as all these great activities that come to us from the higher octaves of the Ascended Masters were all prepared beforehand. These books were written years and years before they manifested in physical form. They are only the manifestation of what had been recorded in the experience of this good brother. The I Am talks that Saint-Germain dictated and manifested were all prepared in the higher octaves. I wish to bring to you the ascension, everything that manifests and exists first in its light pattern. What emerges into external form must first possess its light pattern. Even your own forms cannot have a shape without a light pattern upon which they were built. The points of light upon the cells of your body are the light pattern upon which the substance that forms or composes your physical shape is accumulated. Don't you see how practical it is to understand that the substance around your light pattern has been shaped and worked by your feelings, which are less than perfect? Reverse this. Keep your outer activity static and put your presence into action, which is perfection, to reverse and change those great currents of energy. Then you will begin to manifest perfection instead of recording imperfection, which is the garment of your light pattern, and it will remain as a global form of realization. The cause of everything that manifests within you is in your emotional and sensory world. If you want health, happiness, provision, and perfection for you, your sensory world needs to accept everything that your beloved presence has destined for you. Beloved ones, think for a moment. How long has the presence been waiting for something to capture your attention and meet the requirements within your outer octave here, allowing it to send its energy without obstacles, untouched by anything except its own perfection? It is the great law of life. Never grow tired of studying and applying this great teaching that the Lord has brought to you. It has been simplified so that even a child can understand and apply it. All the ancient terminology has been discarded so that no one may feel confused in its application. That is why the great divine Jesus and others have said, if you can, give your perfect and complete attention to this, forgetting everything that hasn't yielded results. Thus, you will quickly obtain the results of the application. It is not, my beloveds, that you should be ungrateful for all the blessings you have received from other teachings, but we, who have gained victory through this application, are urging you and including you in our radiation, because we desire you to be free as quickly as possible. Our radiation rises to fortify you, to bless you, and to envelop you with our courage and strength until, through your own progress, you take the reins of control into your own hands. Then nothing in the world will be able to disturb you. Often students write to the messengers, asking why certain things are not achieved as quickly as they believe they should be. The messengers had to make dynamic treatments without ceasing, and still do, to keep away things that threaten to strike them. Thus, all beloved students of the I Am must proceed equally until each one has gained more than 50% perfection. Then, the great momentum gained will assist them, and they will need less of your firm treatments, less than what they required at the beginning. After this is achieved, they will find that a single decree can release the power and energy of the presence to arise and accomplish things almost instantly, whereas before it might have taken you weeks to achieve the same thing. You are all achieving exactly that moment, and it is my mission tonight to record this, achieving victory, which will allow you to manifest instant results of the things you need. Do not falter, keep going, for until you have reached the ascension, you will have to continue with the treatments. There is no one who can do it for you. I suppose you do not intend to remain still and let others do it for you, right? There would be no victory in that. One of God's beloved students recently said, when a certain thing happened, but where were the ascended masters? Why didn't they prevent it? They prevent many things of which you are not aware. Dear hearts, will you believe me when I say that the ascended masters have been serving humanity for over 40 years, anticipating this moment that is now being reached? Why do you think there has been such an increase in the interest individuals show? Because all the time, the blessed and ascended masters have been charging the sensory world with their own radiation, so that when this moment arrived, humanity would be ready to receive it. That is one of the services the ascended masters have been performing for humanity in the past 40 years. First, Madame Blavatsky arrived in the world and tried to bring a bit of this teaching and understanding to humanity through theosophy. That was the radiation of the ascended masters. Then, Mrs. Edie brought another phase in Christian Science. Now, this emerges as the last wisdom in the recognition of the great I Am presence, the great, divine source of life. Individualized life is intelligent action, the great power of the universe glorifying humanity with its triple activity. Our beloved sister has often mentioned the triple flame, the great unsustainable flame of the great I Am presence, which when invoked into action, produces immense results. That which we call the sinister force fears terribly the supreme power of life, and when the words, the power of 3 times 3 are pronounced, the sinister force is powerless. I urge you not to accept anything less than perfection as reality or possessing power in your world. I am speaking these words to you, together with other ascended masters who are present, and charging your sensory world with this feeling. Do you know why we love you so much, and why we are making this tremendous effort to stabilize, to anchor ourselves so firmly in this understanding and in your application so that nothing in the world can break you from it? We rejoice so much for this privilege and for the means to be able to speak to you in this way. We are pouring our application upon you, and there are no human concepts in these words. While I am using words that are familiar to you, avoiding all technical terminology, it is still our expression, our way of communicating this to you. First, it reaches you through our attention, then through the spoken word, and lastly, through the radiation of our light in and through your feelings. We can feel and render this service to you now, as we could not have done it a year and a half ago. You will find that this power increases more and more as it continues, and your feelings become more sensitive to this great perfection. You will also feel the confidence which you have needed so much, radiating towards you and acting within your feelings. When you are in the radiation of the class, I am sure that all of you receive a great uplift. It is true that you are greatly elevated, but you do not realize, beloved students, that everything that comes to you through this activity is permanently sustained within you, and you cannot take a step backward once you have entered this great current. You must have noticed the magnificent change in your voices, the wonderful way in which you now pronounce these decrees. Many wanted to sing and couldn't, and then suddenly they burst into song, surprising themselves. These are miracles, as you call them, but humanity considers them ordinary, thinking that they originated them themselves. Yet it is no more miraculous than many other things to which you give greater importance. Do you know that you can change your thoughts and feelings immediately, simply by dedicating your attention for a few moments to the great I Am presence? When anger, agitation, or disturbances try to invade you, it is possible to calm them, silence them, and remain free almost instantly. It is a magnificent thing, and we all had to do it. I tell you that you are receiving extraordinary assistance. Why? Because you have earned it. What is prayer, as you previously knew it? It was a sincere desire of the heart, but without the knowledge of the principle of individualized life, which is the great presence of God, I Am. You are not anchored in your point in the universe. Your consciousness thought of an omnipresence. This concept does not make you understand a special, defined and manifested activity, as it does now in your understanding of the great I Am presence in terms of an individualized presence, whose ray beats in your hearts. And that is what all of humanity is seeking. They cannot reach it without it. All of humanity has sought it from every angle that has interested them. So tonight, my precious brothers, you are crossing the gates of your liberation. Do you wish to accept it so that we can prove it through you? What do you think of that promise? Never before in our experience was such an offer allowed, but the great cosmic law has said today, O children of the light, awaken, awaken, and shake the chains of human creation. Glorify yourselves in its light. Humanity does not understand that its liberation depends on this. It cannot and does not want to do the necessary work for its liberation. This is why the need for application or treatment has been constantly emphasized. It is only through this treatment that the great victory of liberation can be won. They are being given all the assistance of the world, by them, for them, through them, so that they can have whatever is required, be it strength, life, direction, intelligence, health, or anything else they need. They can acquire it without limits, in the recognition of their presence. I remember that 112 years ago during my ministry, when ill health was destroying humanity, the great divine director came to me and said, "Why are you not doing all the service you are capable of?" I looked at him in astonishment. I thought I was serving, but then he clearly showed me how I was only using a small part of my presence. He gave me a great decree and asked me to say it along with Elia. What do you think happened? Well, that very hour the disastrous condition ceased, and within days everyone was cured. Such is the great unlimited power that you have come to know. Do not allow anything to deprive you of the full feeling of your victory, of your ability and power to invoke the presence and the energy into action without limits. Do you not see, precious ones, that you are moving in a world that is a vertex of human suggestions? When the messengers came to the last class, the comment was made that it would be the last class they would give. What nonsense! Do you not see how the sinister force takes hold of one individual after another, making them start a comment, and then others take it and repeat it? One starts to think, and then another. Do not accept such a thing again. There will be many classes here in Los Angeles. Do not accept sinister comments, no matter where they come from. The great ascended masters know their business and carry it out. We urge you not to accept suggestions that first deprive you of one thing and then another. Regarding the suggestion of epidemics, the earthly atmosphere is saturated with it. Notice the sinister species that begins to spread about the flu returning, and returning. But it is not true. Praise God. It has lost its power. This is how, with your help, we stop the spread of these rumors, which would otherwise be calamities for humanity. When you hear rumors about the flu, colds, or the various names people give to these manifestations, say individually in your homes or in groups, I release this powerful decree. Great I am presence. Silence all this. Dissolve the cause and effect of it, and keep humanity free from the effects of all these things. In most cases, all these things begin purely from human suggestions. This is why, my beloveds, we ask you, we urge you repeatedly not to accept such suggestions. It is no wonder that the human part of man makes so many efforts to distort things and prevent the beloved children of the light from receiving the blessing that is destined for them. It is not that the messengers are affected by these reports, but sometimes we mention them to prevent students from continuing to be tormented by this falsehood. Be strong, my precious ones, and do not accept suggestions from the sinister force which wishes to prevent you from obtaining your liberation through this treatment. Do not forget to share this with your student groups and remind them of this. Students must do this because the messengers cannot always be present to indicate it during class, and on every opportunity they advise firmness and strength. But you are the ones who lose if you listen to the sinister suggestions. You are not harming the messengers nor the work. You are simply depriving yourselves of the glory that awaits you. I am so grateful that so many group leaders are present here and that they are taking this radiation to their classes. Sometimes we are told that the small group leaders are discouraged by the great ideas they see in the larger groups. We love them all, whether big or small, but great triumphs emanate greater power. However, do not dissolve your small groups, my precious ones. You do not know what your small gatherings achieve when you release their secrets. In any case, they render great service to us. We care about you continuing with your groups, big or small, and doing all the work you can. Our radiation accompanies us. Oh, precious ones, no group is ever abandoned when it is honest and sincere. How could a perfect being not render radiation to a dedicated group? Do not let the sinister force or suggestion disturb you. Keep going with your work. The day will come when you will rejoice beyond anything I can express for having continued in this service to your neighbor and to yourselves, only invoking everything you want for yourselves and humanity. You will also be rendering a great service. You are entering into the great cosmic activity. It is not just an ordinary activity of individual application. even if in groups. Now you are invoking the power of light through these great cosmic beings and acting within the great cosmic law. Such activity had never existed on Earth in any previous age, because the action of the law had not yet reached the point where it was allowed to express itself. You are living in an era of great rejoicing, an era where the victory of your achievement is so much greater and comparatively easier than it was 3 centuries ago. Let me digress for a moment to tell you about our conversation from last Sunday, which I think may interest you. After Jesus had delivered his wonderful discourse to us who were present, he made me happy. This morning I saw all these blessed ones sitting outdoors. In those days we had to hide in caves, far from the rest of humanity, to pray as our hearts desired. Today, openly under the great dome of the sky, everyone can pray as they wish. He added that he had a great desire to pour out, as he had not done since his ministry. He wants you to feel his proximity and the reality of what, having been started, can be achieved today. Beloved, one day when you have the privilege of having these great beings in their visible and tangible form and hear them speak, then you will understand what was done that morning, what is being done tonight, and what is done through each dictation. For a moment, tense yourselves and feel the great liberating radiation that arises from the group of ascended masters present here. Simply let it saturate and penetrate your entire atomic structure, your whole fleshly body, and cause the points of light within each cell to expand, 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 until the light enters your entire being. Let the great light of the heart expand, 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 until it envelops and saturates the emotional and mental bodies, cleansing and purifying everything imperfect and removing it from your sensory and emotional world. Feel the substance of light from the great ascended masters coming from the star of love, replacing it. Let it replace and fill every cell of your bodies with its great purifying substance and light. If healing is what you want for your body, say, great substance of the ascended masters, fill those parts that have been in distress. Dissolve with your greatest activity everything that was previously acting, unveil no more, and replace them with perfect health, joy, happiness, strength, and courage from the magna presence I am and the great host of ascended masters. O sweet and precious presence of divine love, flow through each one and fill them with your astonishing presence. Go to their worlds and fill all their activities with your presence of divine love, making all who look at them love these beloved ones. Make everyone happy in serving them. Give them courage and strength. Then, great source of light, fill their impure beings with your magna radiation once more. Forward, your substance from the hidden star of love, filling the mind, body, emotional vehicle, and mind with light, 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 until not a single shadow remains in mind, body, or world. Great power of wisdom floods the mind and body of each one. Take control of all activity there, making your wisdom act at all times until human concepts no longer have power to act. Silence them so that this great wisdom acts at all times in each one, producing the triple flame of life in action. How we thank you, O great presence of light, O magna presence I am, for the service you have rendered us this night. We give thanks to you, beloved Jesus, beloved Saint Germain, great divine director, beloved Chara, beloved Nada, beloved Chanda, beloved Lanto, great gods of the mountains. Receive our thanks for the service rendered to these precious, so precious ones in the light. May this hour never be forgotten in their journeys, continuing in the light. May this radiation forever surround them and protect them with its invincible power, guiding them with its magna intelligence, covering them with its love and light. May all feel the liberation, the glory, the infinite life that belongs to them. We praise you, great source of all light, great group of ascended masters. Amplify this feeling in each of these precious ones, and each day make their feelings stronger, more powerful, more convincing, to exclude all undesirable things. Make them remain with a straight column, receiving first in their minds and bodies, and then pouring into their worlds your magna purifying substance. This contains everything that can supply everything needed, which will take shape according to the momentum invoked into action. If it is money that is needed, beloved presence I am, direct from your great treasure to my world the necessary provision, and supervise that this is done now. Supervise that all contrary feelings to this action be silenced and kept at bay. Then, as you continue invoking, be firm and confident. If it is health that is needed, beloved presence I am, I am a vessel for your pure energy flowing through my body. Sweep away all imperfection and replace it with health. After this, do not accept any sensation of the contrary. Continue glorifying each day with the certainty of your liberation, victory, health, provision, and the glory of life, the magna presence I am, which allows you to be here. The glory of that life is waiting to flood your being with its purity, its perfection. As you give your attention entirely to your presence I am, only perfection can arise. O my precious ones, when you are sometimes invoking your beloved presence I am, and find that you have made a mistake, do not be disturbed. Continue invoking and say, Beloved presence I am, I made a mistake. I invoke the law of forgiveness, I have misappropriated your great energy. I invoke the law of forgiveness, but I am inflexible in appropriating your magna intelligence, which is clear and defined without limit. If you do this, you will obtain it. My love and my blessings, and those of the ascended masters gathered here, will always envelop you in our radiation, continuing in it until that day when you find yourselves in the electronic presence, free and ascended. And I give thanks. Conny Mendez, 1898 to 1979, was born in Caracas on April 11, 1898, daughter of the distinguished writer and poet Don Eugenio Méndez y Mendoza and Doña Lastenia Guzmán de Méndez y Mendoza. As a producer, director, and actress, she dedicated several years to theatrical activities in events held for the benefit of the International Red Cross, during a period in which Donna Margarita de Guinan served as the director of the institution. Her musical work consists of more than 40 compositions, among which the popular ones stand out due to their public acceptance, many of which are included in an important discography, not forgetting some from the classical and romantic genres, including an oratorio of sacred inspiration. She was the author of all the texts for her musical work and conducted international tours offering concerts of singing and guitar. In 1946, she founded the Christian metaphysical movement in Venezuela, dedicating herself fully to esoteric teaching through her books and lectures. She was honored 3 times with a diploma and a golden button for the 400th anniversary in 1967, a diploma and the Good Citizen Medal in 1979, and the Diego de Losada Order, 2nd class, in 1976. She also received numerous tributes and awards in recognition of her artistic, cultural, and humanitarian work, as well as various plaques recognizing her contributions in the field of Christian metaphysics. Some of her published works include Metaphysics Within Everyone's Reach, I Give You What You Wish For, The Wonderful Number 7, Who Is and Who Was Count Saint-Germain, Think Good and It Will Be Given to You. Metaphysics 4 in Abalsi 12, The New Thought, What is Metaphysics, The Little Blue Book, One More Treasure for You, The Voice of I Am, The Career of an Atom. Translations of El Libro de Oro de Saint-Germain, The Golden Book of Saint-Germain, Unveiled Mysteries, The Magical Presence, Words of the Ascended Masters, Numerology, Caricature, The Spark of Conny Mendez, and music collection of LPs and cassettes from her musical repertoire.